Story 1. In the quaint outskirts of a sleepy town, nestled among weeping willows and lush greenery, stood the house on Hillside Lane. It was a grand old structure with weathered shingles and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Most of the townsfolk considered it charming, but to me it always seemed a bit eerie. When my Aunt Martha passed away, she left the house to me in her will. I had always been fascinated by it as a child, albeit from a safe distance. The idea of actually living there was both exciting and unnerving. After a lengthy process of settling her estate, I finally moved in. The first few days were spent unpacking and exploring the nooks and crannies of the house. The rooms were spacious, with high ceilings and large windows that let in plenty of light during the day. However, as the sun set, each corner seemed to whisper secrets of the past, and shadows danced along the walls. It was during my first week that I noticed the odd noises. Each night as I lay in bed, the sound of footsteps would echo from the attic above. Initially, I dismissed it as the house settling, as old houses often do. But the footsteps seemed too deliberate, too rhythmic to be mere creaks and groans of aged wood. Curiosity overcame my unease, and one evening I decided to investigate. I retrieved a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and slowly ascended the narrow attic stairs. The air grew colder with each step, and the familiar smell of dust and old books filled my nostrils. The attic was cluttered with boxes and old furniture covered in sheets. I shone the flashlight around, half expecting to see someone standing in the corner, but there was nothing. The footsteps had stopped, and all I could hear was my own breathing. Slightly disappointed, I headed back downstairs. The next night, the footsteps returned, louder and more persistent than before. Frustrated and sleep-deprived, I went up to the attic again, but just like the night before, everything was still, and no one was there. It was then that I started to feel uneasy. There was something unsettling about the consistency of the sounds, something almost intentional. I tried to ignore the noises, but they grew harder to disregard, especially when one night something new happened. I awoke to find a trail of muddy footprints leading from the front door to the staircase that ascended to my bedroom. The mud was fresh and wet, glistening under the hallway light. What was more disturbing was that there were no footprints leading back out. Fear gripped me as I followed the trail, each step heavier than the last. The footprints ended at the foot of my bed. I searched the entire house, turning on every light and checking every possible hiding spot. But again, I found nothing. No sign of anyone or anything amiss, other than the chilling trail of footprints that had no return. Unable to sleep, I started researching the history of the house. I visited the local library and spoke to some of the older residents of the town. It turned out that the house on Hillside Lane had a rather grim past. Decades ago, it was owned by a recluse named Harold Greaves. Harold was known to be a strange man, obsessed with the occult and rumored to conduct bizarre rituals in the attic. Neighbors often complained about noises at night similar to what I was experiencing. Then, one stormy evening, Harold vanished. No trace of him was ever found, not even a footprint out of the house. After his disappearance, the house changed hands several times, but none of the owners stayed long, complaining of strange happenings and feeling unwelcome. Armed with this new information, my fear turned into determination. I couldn't let this mystery linger, not if I intended to make this house my home. I decided to confront whatever haunted the attic. That night, as the footsteps began again, I went up to the attic, this time not stopping to look around but sitting quietly in the center, waiting. Hours passed, and just as I was about to give up, I felt a chill. A figure slowly materialized in front of me. It was an apparition, barely visible and yet unmistakably Harold Greaves. He didn't speak, but his presence was overwhelming. I mustered all my courage and spoke directly to him, asking what he wanted, why he lingered. The ghost of Harold didn't answer with words, but the room grew colder, and a series of images flashed before my eyes: rituals, a quest for immortality gone wrong, and a final, desperate act that bound him to the house. I understood then that he was trapped, unable to leave, and tormented by his failed experiments. With a newfound sympathy for Harold, I reached out to local experts on the paranormal, and together with a medium, conducted a ritual to release his spirit. It was intense and exhausting, and as the final words were spoken, the apparition of Harold faded into a gentle light that lifted towards the attic window and disappeared. The house has been quiet since that night. No more footsteps, no more muddy footprints. Sometimes I think I can still feel Harold's presence, but it's no longer menacing. It's as if he's finally at peace, and so is the house on Hillside Lane. Story 2. It was late autumn when I first noticed her. She was an enigma wrapped in a tattered gray coat, always sitting at the back of the night bus I drove. Routinely, the bus would fill and empty, the typical flux of the night crowd: students, late shift workers, and the occasional reveler. But she was different, always quiet, her presence defined by the mystery of her solitude. Each evening as my shift neared its end, I would watch her through the rearview mirror. Her face was pale, almost translucent under the dim lights of the bus, and her eyes, a deep shade of melancholy, never met mine. She carried nothing with her, no bag, no belongings, only the weight of an untold story. Her routine was unchanging. She would board the bus at the downtown station at 11:15 p.m. without a word, slip her fare into the box, and take her usual seat at the back. I'd often wonder about her during my shifts. Who was she? Where did she go every night? The other regulars had become familiar over the months, their nods and brief exchanges of pleasantries punctuating the otherwise mundane nights. But she never spoke, never nodded. She existed in her bubble of silence. It became a silent obsession of mine, watching her night after night. The bus route through the city was long and winding, passing through bustling districts before reaching the quieter, almost desolate outskirts where only a few got off. She was always the last to leave, right before the final stop at the deserted lot near the old depot, a place swallowed by shadows and the rustling of leaves in the chill night air. Driven by a mix of curiosity and concern, I decided one night to follow her. It wasn't a decision made lightly. The thought of encroaching on her privacy weighed heavily on me. Yet something deep inside couldn't let go of the need to know her story, to ensure she was safe. The bus hissed and groaned as I pulled over at her usual stop. The doors opened with a mechanical groan and she stepped off, her coat billowing slightly with the breeze. I secured the bus, making sure it was locked and safe, and discreetly followed. The lot was bordered by thick woods, the trees gnarled and old, their branches clawing at the sky. The moon was a thin crescent, barely shedding light on the gravel path she walked. I kept my distance, watching her silhouette moving gracefully yet with a certain heaviness. As she reached the edge of the lot, where the dark of the woods met the last traces of urban light, she stopped. I held my breath, hiding behind a tree. She turned slightly, as if sensing something, then continued into the woods. My heart pounded as I followed, the crunch of dry leaves underfoot seeming deafening in the quiet. But as I reached the spot where she had vanished into the shadows, there was nothing. No trace of her. No path through the trees, nothing but the still, silent night. Perplexed and unnerved, I searched around, thinking perhaps she had taken a sudden turn or hidden behind a tree. But the more I looked, the clearer it became she had vanished, completely and utterly, without a trace. The chill of the night suddenly felt colder, and a shiver ran down my spine. What had I witnessed? My rational mind raced for explanations: a trick of the light, perhaps, or maybe my own fatigue playing tricks after many nights of little sleep. Yet, the emptiness of the woods spoke a different, eerie story. Returning to my bus, I replayed the events over and over. The following nights I watched for her, a part of me hoping she would appear at 11:15 p.m. as usual, stepping onto the bus with her fare, but she never came again. It was as if she had never existed, yet the imprint of her presence was etched deeply in my mind. Weeks turned into months, and the mystery of the last passenger haunted me. I asked around, described her to regulars and colleagues, but no one else seemed to have seen her or remembered her. It was as though she had been a ghost, a spirit of the night caught briefly in the woven threads of the living. Eventually, I accepted that some mysteries were not meant to be solved. The woman in the tattered coat remained a specter of the night, a story without an end, a question without an answer. Yet the lesson she unknowingly imparted lingered longer than her presence. Some paths we cross in life are fleeting, and not all who wander are lost. Some are just passing through, perhaps on their way to somewhere beyond our understanding. And so, the night bus continues its route, the city sleeps and wakes, and the world moves on. But in the silence of those who notice, in the watchful eyes of those who wonder, what? Her memory whispers with the rustling leaves and the quiet sigh of the night wind, forever a mystery, forever a ghost of the night. Story 3. It was a seemingly ordinary Thursday evening when the line between reality and impossibility blurred for Sarah. She had spent the day as she typically did, entrenched in the demands of her busy marketing firm, where deadlines were always looming and the coffee pot was perpetually half empty. Seeking some semblance of relaxation, Sarah had decided on a simple night in, armed with a glass of red wine and her latest book club selection. After a calming bath that steamed the worries of the day away, Sarah stood in front of her bathroom mirror, towel drying her hair. The steam from the shower lingered, giving her reflection a dreamlike quality as it slowly revealed itself from the foggy mirror. She was about to wipe it down when she paused. Her reflection stared back at her with an intensity that felt unfamiliar. Dismissing it as a trick of her tired mind, she continued to dry her hair, her movements mechanically mirroring her other self on the other side of the glass. Just as she set the towel aside and looked up, it happened. Her reflection blinked. Not in sync with her own motion, but deliberately, unmistakably, it blinked first. Sarah froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She stared hard at the mirror, her breath catching in her throat. She blinked again, this time intentionally slow, watching closely. Her reflection did nothing, perfectly mimicking her as it should. Ridiculous, she muttered to herself, turning away to brush off the unease that clung to her like the steam in the room. She tried to focus on her evening routine, but her eyes darted back to the mirror, drawn by a mix of fear and fascination. As she watched, her reflection did something extraordinary. It smiled. Not a mere echo of her own expressions, but a sly, unsettling smile that Sarah herself had not made. Her stomach churned with a cocktail of fear and disbelief. Her reflection then placed a hand against the glass, the fingers splayed in a silent beckoning. "This can't be happening," Sarah whispered, her voice a mix of horror and intrigue. She approached the mirror slowly, her movements hesitant. She raised her hand, mirroring her reflection's gesture. The cold, hard surface of the mirror met her fingertips, nothing more. Yet the reflection's hand appeared to press from the other side with an urgent force. Panic set in, and she backed away, stumbling into the hallway. Her mind raced with possibilities, hallucinations, pranks, anything logical. Determined to prove to herself that she was either imagining things or falling victim to some sort of trick, she grabbed her phone to record her next interaction with the mirror. Armed with her camera, Sarah returned to the bathroom. The air felt denser now, charged with a silent electricity. She pointed the phone at the mirror and recorded herself. "This is proof," she spoke to the camera, her voice steadier than she felt. She looked at the mirror, directly into her own eyes. "Blink if you're real," she commanded her reflection. With a defiance that chilled her to the bone, the reflection winked, one eye closing and opening with deliberate slowness. Sarah gasped, the phone nearly slipping from her trembling hands. Her reflection's smirk grew wider, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence and malice that were utterly foreign. Sarah stopped the recording, her mind spinning. She watched the playback, her breath held in suspense. There it was, undeniable and terrifying. Her reflection had moved independently. Desperate for answers, Sarah turned to the internet, typing with shaky hands. Theories abounded: parallel universes, spiritual hauntings, psychological disturbances. None seemed to fit her situation perfectly, but the stories of others who had experienced similar phenomena offered a cold comfort. She was not alone in her experience, although no explanation offered her any real solace. The night stretched on as Sarah wrestled with fear and curiosity. She decided she couldn't stay in her apartment that night, feeling too vulnerable in the small space filled with mirrors and reflective surfaces. She booked a room at a nearby hotel, packed a small bag, and left, avoiding her reflection in the lobby's glossy tiles and windows. In the safety of a bland hotel room, Sarah lay awake, staring at the ceiling. The events replayed in her mind, each recollection sending a new wave of shivers down her spine. The logical part of her brain searched for rational explanations, while another, more primal part, felt certain that she had touched upon something deeply unnatural. Morning came with no further incidents, and the light of day seemed to dispel some of the terror of the night. Sarah returned home, her determination renewed to understand what had happened. She contacted experts in paranormal activity, psychologists, and even a physicist who entertained theories of dimensional breaches. Her investigation led her down a rabbit hole of scientific and supernatural research, blurring the lines between fact and fiction. The more she learned, the less she understood. However, understanding became less important than coping and ensuring it didn't happen again. Months passed, and Sarah adapted to a new normal. She covered the mirrors in her home, used her phone camera sparingly, and avoided reflective surfaces as much as possible. Her life had changed irrevocably, the mirror incident a constant shadow in her mind. Yet in this altered reality, Sarah found a strange kind of peace, accepting the existence of mysteries far beyond human understanding. Her reflection never misbehaved again in those brief, controlled moments she dared to look, but the memory of that first unbidden blink was enough to remind her that some things in the world remain unexplained, and perhaps some are better left that way. Story 4. The first whisper came on a night wrapped in the quiet darkness typical of our sleepy suburb. My phone vibrated softly on the nightstand, startling me awake just as the clock struck midnight. Groggy and disoriented, I picked it up, the screen casting an eerie glow in the otherwise dark room. Unknown caller, it read. Curiosity piqued, I answered. Watched the windows, a hushed voice breathed through the static, a voice neither distinctly male nor female. Before I could muster a response, the line went dead, swallowed by a sharp click that echoed slightly in my still, silent room. Initially, I wrote it off as a prank, albeit a creepy one. But when morning arrived, my phone showed no record of the call. No missed calls, no received calls, nothing. It was as if the midnight interruption had been a figment of my imagination. But the next night it happened again. Exactly at midnight, the same unknown call, the same chilling message, lock your doors this time. The urgency in the voice was palpable. And again, by morning, there was no evidence that the call had ever occurred. This pattern continued, each night a new warning, each morning an unblemished call log. Feeling increasingly unnerved, I mentioned the calls to my friends and family, but their reactions were mixed. Some were concerned, others skeptical, suggesting it was just someone's idea of a twisted joke. Yet the precision of the calls, their punctuality and persistence suggested something more sinister. Determined to uncover the source, I set up my digital camera to record my phone and nightstand throughout the night. If nothing else, I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my grip on reality. On the seventh night, as the clock neared midnight, I lay in bed, my gaze fixed on the faint numbers of the digital clock, my heart pounding in anticipation. Right on schedule, the phone vibrated. This time the message was different, more ominous. Look behind you. Chills raced down my spine as I instinctively turned to scan the room, half expecting to find someone or something lurking in the darkness. But there was nothing, just the familiar shadows of my furniture and the soft hum of the night. The camera captured it all, including the call, providing the proof I needed that these midnight interruptions were real. The next morning I reviewed the footage, my hands trembling as I replayed the moment the call came in. There it was, clear as day, a call at midnight from an unknown number. I decided to take the footage to the police. The officer on duty listened intently, his expression a mixture of skepticism and concern as he watched the video. He agreed to trace the call, though he warned me that if someone was using a burner phone or advanced spoofing techniques, it might lead nowhere. Days passed without any word from the police, and the calls continued, each one more disturbing than the last. Watch the shadows, don't answer the door they're watching. Each warning left me more paranoid, my nights restless and filled with dread. One night, driven by a mix of fear and defiance, I decided to confront whoever or whatever was tormenting me. At the next call, instead of flinching from the chilling words, I responded. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" I demanded, my voice steady despite the pounding of my heart. There was a pause, the static on the line crackling like a distant storm. Then, the voice returned, softer this time, almost regretful. "You're in danger," it whispered. "They're coming for you." "Who? Who's coming for me?" I pressed, desperation seeping into my tone. But the line went dead, leaving me with more questions than answers. That night I couldn't sleep, my mind racing with possibilities. Who could be after me? Was I caught in something far bigger and more dangerous than I could understand? The mysterious caller, despite the cryptic warnings, felt like my only ally in whatever unseen threat loomed over me. The answer came unexpectedly a few nights later. I was jolted awake not by a call, but by the sound of glass shattering downstairs. Hard in my throat, I grabbed the baseball bat I had begun keeping by my bed and crept toward the stairway. As I descended, the shadows seemed to shift and whisper. At the bottom of the stairs, the cold night air streamed through a broken window. Silhouetted against the moonlight was the figure of a man, his features obscured by a mask. In that moment, every whispered warning coalesced into a sharp point of clarity. The calls hadn't been threats, they were cautions, guiding me to this very confrontation. With a surge of adrenaline, I confronted the intruder, swinging the bat with all my might. The ensuing scuffle was brief and frantic. Ultimately, the intruder fled, disappearing into the night from which he had emerged. The police arrived soon after, and I explained everything: the calls, the warnings, the midnight encounter. The investigation that followed uncovered a chilling plot. I had been targeted by a criminal gang involved in a series of home invasions and robberies. The caller, it turned out, was a former member, racked by guilt and trying to atone by warning their potential victims. Though the calls stopped after that night, the voice at midnight never left my thoughts. Whoever it was had saved my life by casting light into the darkest corners of the night, teaching me to heed the whispers in the shadows. Story 5. The series of break-ins had started about a month ago. Every few nights, someone would slip into our quiet neighborhood, prowling around and taking whatever they could find. Garages were their prime targets, including mine, which had been hit twice already. The first time, they took a box of old records and some tools. The second time, a bicycle that had been hanging on the wall was gone. The police had increased patrols in the area, but whoever was doing this was careful, never leaving behind anything more than a few scuffs and a sense of unease. Driven by a mix of frustration and fear, I decided to install a security camera inside my garage. I wasn't expecting much, perhaps at best a blurry image of a face, or a clear shot of a license plate that could be handed over to the police. The camera was the latest model, boasting night vision and motion-activated recording. I set it up to cover the entire garage, focusing particularly on the side door that seemed to be the point of entry. The first few nights, the camera captured nothing more than the occasional night creature scurrying across the floor or the swaying shadows of trees in the windy night. Then, one morning, I noticed that the camera light indicated there had been recordings overnight. Eager, yet apprehensive, I pulled up the footage, expecting to finally catch a glimpse of the thief. What I saw instead sent a cold shiver down my spine. At exactly 3 a.m., the garage door slowly opened from the inside. I watched, bewildered, as I myself walked into the frame, my movements slow and deliberate. My eyes were open, but unfocused, unseeing, betraying no sign of consciousness. It was clear from the footage I was sleepwalking. In the dim light cast by the camera, my figure paused and turned directly toward the lens. I stared into the camera with those eerie, unseeing eyes, and then I did something even more unsettling. I began to whisper. The camera didn't have audio, but it was evident from my movements that I was speaking to someone just off screen, someone the camera couldn't catch. Shaken, I watched as my other self engaged in a one-sided conversation, nodding occasionally and gesturing with a hand, before turning and walking back into the house, leaving the garage door wide open. This unexpected turn of events left me confused and deeply worried. What was causing my nocturnal wanderings? Was it stress or something else? More importantly, who was I talking to in the depths of my unconscious state? Determined to find answers, I set up another camera, this one positioned to capture the area just outside the field of view of the first camera. If there was indeed someone or something that was interacting with me during these episodes, I was going to find out. The next night, the cameras again recorded activity. Reviewing the footage the following morning, I braced myself for what it might reveal. Just like before, I appeared at 3 a.m., walking out into the garage with that same vacant gaze. The new camera angle provided a broader view, but still, there was no one visible interacting with me. Yet there I was, pausing to whisper to an unseen figure, reacting to silent prompts, nodding and even at one point reaching out with my hand as if to touch someone. The situation was deeply unsettling. I had to understand what was happening. The lack of audio in the videos was a major hindrance, so I installed an audio recording device in the garage, hoping to capture whatever words were being exchanged during these odd encounters. That night, the mystery deepened. The footage synced with the audio revealed a chilling detail: the sound of my own voice, whispering softly, "It's safe now. They're all asleep. Don't worry." The implications were disturbing. Was my subconscious mind somehow involved in the thefts? Was I, in my sleepwalking state, the thief that I had been trying to catch? I consulted a sleep specialist, who diagnosed me with a complex form of sleepwalking triggered by stress and anxiety. He suggested security measures like alarms on doors and windows that would alert me if I attempted to leave the house while sleepwalking. Following his advice, I took the necessary precautions, hoping it would prevent any further incidents. The alarms did their job, and the episodes of sleepwalking ceased. Relieved but still haunted by the experience, I reviewed all the footage again, trying to make sense of those whispered words. It occurred to me that perhaps in my stress state, worried about security and the break-ins, my subconscious had manifested this other me who was trying to protect the house in its own confused way. As the neighborhood returned to peace with no further incidents of theft, I continued to keep a close watch, the cameras always rolling, just in case. The experience had opened my eyes to the mysterious depths of the human mind and the strange ways it can act out its fears and desires. While the thief had never been caught, I had uncovered something perhaps even more elusive: the dark, enigmatic corners of my own subconscious. Story 6. Elliot had never forgotten the chill of childhood nights spent listening to the inexplicable sound of breathing from under his bed. It was a haunting memory, one he'd hoped was just a figment of his youthful imagination. Now, standing in the threshold of his daughter Lucy's bedroom, those memories surged back with a vengeance. Lucy, with her eyes wide with the innocent terror only a child could know, had come to him just moments ago, clutching her teddy bear and trembling. "Daddy, there's something breathing under my bed," she whispered, her voice quivering with each word. The echo of his own childhood fears made Elliot's heart race, but he masked his dread behind a reassuring smile. "Let's check it out together," he said, trying to sound brave for both their sakes. As they approached the bed, the air seemed to thicken, charged with an electric sense of déjà vu. Elliot's hands shook slightly as he knelt down, pushing aside the veil of the bedskirt to peer into the darkness underneath. His breath caught in his throat when he saw them two gleaming eyes staring back at him. He recoiled instinctively, bumping his head against the bed frame. "It's okay, Lucy. Stay back," he managed to say, his voice steadier than he felt. Gathering his courage, Elliot grabbed a flashlight from the dresser and shone it under the bed. The light revealed not a monster, but a small, dusty box he didn't recognize. Elliot pulled the box out, the mysterious eyes vanishing with the shadows as the light flooded the area. He opened it, finding an assortment of old photographs and a few childhood toys he vaguely remembered. The eyes he had seen were likely just reflections of the flashlight on something metallic inside the box. Relief washed over him, yet the box's contents intrigued him. That night, after tucking Lucy in with reassurances that all was safe, Elliot examined the box's contents more thoroughly in the living room. Each photograph, each small, worn toy seemed to whisper fragments of forgotten conversations and laughter, echoes of a childhood long past but never quite gone. His wife, Jenna, joined him, her curiosity piqued by the old box. Together they sifted through the memories, with Elliot recounting the stories of his childhood fears. Jenna listened, her hand squeezing his, a silent support as he revisited old ghosts. "Maybe it's time we talk to your mom about these things," Jenna suggested gently. "There might be more to your childhood memories than just an overactive imagination." The next day, Elliot visited his mother, the box of old memories in tow. Over cups of tea, he spread the contents out on the kitchen table, watching as his mother's eyes lit up with recognition and then clouded with something else: hesitation. "Elliot, I always thought you were just having nightmares back then," she began, her voice trembling slightly. "But there was something about this house, something unsettling that I never fully understood." His mother recounted stories he had never heard, of strange occurrences in the house when she was young, and of how Elliot's grandfather had insisted on sealing certain parts of the house, including the space beneath Elliot's childhood bedroom. Chilled by the revelations, Elliot returned home with a resolve to uncover the truth. He enlisted Jenna's help, and together they pored over old family records and contacted a local historian who specialized in the area's history. Their research revealed a disturbing story decades ago. The house had been built atop older foundations, remnants of what had been a small, forgotten part of the town. Local lore suggested the original dwelling was thought to be cursed, plagued by unexplained disappearances and eerie occurrences that were never fully explained. Fueled by a need to protect his family and put to rest the lingering fears of his childhood, Elliot decided to have the area beneath Lucy's room professionally inspected. A team of local contractors lifted the floorboards, their work uncovering an old, bricked-up entrance to a cellar that none of them knew existed. Inside, the cellar was empty except for an old, dusty mirror, its surface speckled with age. As Elliot gazed into it, he thought he saw a flicker of movement, like a shadow passing swiftly. Shaken, he had the mirror removed and the cellar sealed properly. The breathing noises ceased, and Lucy slept peacefully, her nights no longer haunted by unseen fears. Elliot felt a profound relief, believing the mystery resolved, yet the experience left him changed, more aware of the thin veils between past and present, imagination and reality. Life returned to normal, but sometimes, in the quiet moments of twilight, Elliot would catch himself listening intently for any sound out of place, a reminder of the thin line between what we see and what might lurk just out of sight, under the bed. Story 7. In a quiet corner of town, where the nights are especially dark and the silence is deep, I began noticing something peculiar about time itself. Each night, precisely at 3:15 a.m., time would inexplicably jump to 4:15 a.m. The first few times it happened, I dismissed it as a glitch in my old digital clock. But when the new, state-of-the-art clock I bought also skipped that same hour, a chilling suspicion crept into my mind. Compelled by a mixture of curiosity and unease, I decided to set up a hidden camera in my bedroom, aimed at capturing whatever might occur during that inexplicable lost hour. Perhaps, I thought, it was merely a technical malfunction that the camera would dispel once and for all. The first night with the camera in place, I went to bed with a sense of trepidation, the back of my mind buzzing with the possibilities of what it might record. The next morning I woke with a start, immediately checking the clock. It read 6:30 a.m., but a sense of unease lingered over me, an echo of forgotten nightmares. I hurried to the camera, my hands slightly trembling as I retrieved the memory card and loaded the footage onto my computer. What I saw next would haunt me for the rest of my days. The video showed me sleeping peacefully until exactly 3:15 a.m., at which point I abruptly sat up, climbed out of bed, and walked to the window. There I stood, stock still, looking out into the darkness with a small, unsettling smile playing on my lips. For the entire hour, I stared out the window, my expression serene yet eerie, as if I were watching a beloved play unfold just for me. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, at the stroke of 4:15 a.m., I returned to bed and resumed sleeping as if nothing had occurred. This mysterious behavior repeated night after night. Each morning I reviewed the footage, each time finding that I had spent the missing hour smiling at something unseen in the dark. Desperate for answers, I reached out to a sleep specialist and a psychologist, but neither could offer a plausible explanation for my actions. They suggested stress or perhaps a sleep disorder affecting my perception of time, but nothing definitive. Driven by a growing obsession to understand this phenomenon, I decided to stay awake through the night to experience firsthand what occurred during that missing hour. I stocked up on coffee, settled myself by the window with the lights off, and waited. As 3:15 a.m. approached, a palpable tension filled the air, the room seemingly charged with an unseen energy. I felt a pull toward the window, a compelling force that seemed to draw the very breath from my lungs. Resisting the urge to look out, I focused on recording my experiences on a notepad. When the clock finally jumped to 4:15 a.m., an immense sense of loss washed over me, as though I had missed witnessing something extraordinary. Shaken, I spent the rest of the night wide awake, pondering what could be so captivating that it made me lose an hour to it every night. The following day, I enlisted the help of a friend who was keen on paranormal phenomena. He suggested setting up additional cameras outside the window and even using different types of recording equipment to capture any environmental changes. We equipped the area with motion sensors, infrared cameras, and sound recorders, hoping to catch any anomaly. That night, as we monitored the equipment together, the same sequence of events unfolded. I felt the familiar pull towards the window at 3:15 a.m., but this time I resisted, staying seated as my friend watched the monitors intently. Suddenly, he pointed to one of the screens showing the infrared camera feed. There was a distinct glow outside my window, a soft, pulsating light that had no discernible source. The air around us grew colder, and the equipment began to whir and beep erratically. "What is that?" I whispered, barely able to take my eyes off the screen. "I don't know, but it's beautiful," he replied, his voice filled with wonder. For the next hour, we watched in awe as the light danced and swirled in patterns that seemed almost sentient. Then, just as abruptly as it had appeared, the light faded and the clock ticked to 4:15 a.m. The room felt empty, as though something vital had been withdrawn. In the days that followed, we analyzed the recordings, trying to make sense of the phenomena. The light emitted no heat and seemed to exist in a spectrum our eyes could barely register without the aid of the infrared camera. The recordings picked up a faint humming sound, a melody that was almost hypnotic. Nothing about it matched any known natural phenomena. As I continued to watch the light night after night, a strange peace settled over me. Whatever it was, it bore no malice, rather it seemed almost like a guardian watching over me. I no longer felt fear, only a profound sense of connection to whatever visited me during that lost hour. Eventually, I stopped trying to unravel the mystery. Some things, I decided, are better left unexplained, their beauty deriving in part from their mystery. Every night now, I wait for that missing hour with anticipation, eager to feel the joy and peace it brings me, smiling at the night, connected to something greater than myself. Story 8. When Michael found the dinner invitation nailed to his front door, a shiver ran down his spine. The heavy cardstock, embossed with elegant, swirling script, announced a dinner to be held at the neighboring estate, the very house where his neighbor, Harold Greystone, had lived and died 2 years earlier. Michael stared at the invitation, disbelief mingling with a creeping dread. Harold had been a peculiar, solitary man known throughout their small community for his eccentricities and vast wealth. His death had been sudden and mysterious, with no family coming forward and his mansion left to decay. The thought of receiving an invitation from him after all this time was unsettling at best and downright chilling at worst. Compelled by a mix of curiosity and unease, Michael decided to investigate. The Greystone estate was just next door, but it had always felt a world away, surrounded by high walls and dense foliage, more like a fortress than a home. As Saturday approached, Michael's apprehension grew. He mentioned the invitation to a few friends, but their reactions varied from disbelief to concern for his well-being. Despite their warnings, he felt an irresistible pull to discover the truth behind the mysterious invitation. On the evening of the supposed dinner, Michael dressed in semi-formal attire, a nod to the normalcy he hoped to find. As he approached the Greystone estate, the setting sun cast long shadows, making the mansion appear even more imposing. The gate, usually locked and covered in rust, was oddly ajar. He pushed it open, the metal creaking loudly in the quiet of the evening. The front door of the mansion was open, light spilling out onto the porch. Heart pounding, Michael stepped inside. The interior was surprisingly well kept, with furniture dusted and floors clean, as if Harold had never left. A long dining table set for two awaited him in the grand dining room, candles lit and dinnerware gleaming under the chandelier's soft light. "Michael, how wonderful to see you," the voice came from behind, deep and unmistakably Harold's. Michael spun around, his heart skipping a beat. There stood Harold, or a man who looked remarkably like him, older, yes, but undeniably the same sharp eyes and stern mouth. Harold Michael stammered, his mind racing. But you died. How is this possible? Harold's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Please, let's sit. Dinner is served, and all will be explained. Throughout dinner, Harold spoke of his life, his travels, and his interests, much as he had when he was alive. The food was exquisite, each dish more delicious than the last, but Michael's appetite was marred by his confusion and growing fear. Finally, as dessert was served, Harold put down his fork and looked at Michael intently. I suppose you deserve an explanation. What you need to understand is that what happened 2 years ago was carefully planned. My death was a necessary deception. Michael listened, stunned, as Harold explained that he had been part of a secret society, one that dabbled in the fringes of science and the supernatural. His death was staged to allow him to complete a dangerous task for the society without the interference of his old identity. Why invite me to this? Resurrection of sorts, Michael asked, his voice steady despite the surrealism of the conversation. Because, my dear boy, you are part of this story too, Harold said, his eyes gleaming with a mix of mischief and sincerity. You see, the society I work with is not just looking for members, we are looking for successors. You have qualities that are rare and immensely valuable to us. Michael felt as if the floor had dropped away beneath him. This was too much, too bizarre, too frightening. Yet a part of him was intrigued, drawn to the mystery and the power of knowledge Harold hinted at. I need time, Michael managed to say. This is a lot. Of course, Harold replied with a nod. Take all the time you need, but do not take too long. We do not offer invitations lightly, nor do we offer them twice. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. Michael left the estate with the invitation card in his pocket, a symbol of the choice he faced. As he walked home under the starlit sky, his mind was a tumult of fear, excitement, and doubt. In the days that followed, Michael wrestled with the decision. The logical part of his mind screamed that it was madness, a trick or a delusion. But another part, a deeper, more instinctual part, was drawn to the mystery and the chance to be part of something greater, something powerful. Finally, after many sleepless nights, Michael made his choice. He returned to the Greystone estate, the invitation card in hand, ready to step into a world that few could imagine, let alone enter. From that night on, Michael's old life gradually faded into the background, overshadowed by his new role within the secret society. And though he often remembered the simplicity of his former existence, he never regretted answering the dinner invitation nailed to his door, for it had opened the door to a new realm of possibilities and revelations. Story 9. Living alone has always been my preference. The silence of the apartment was a sanctuary from the bustling world outside. I cherished my privacy and the control I had over my personal space. However, this sense of control began to erode one crisp autumn morning when I found the first Polaroid. It was tucked into the corner of my dresser drawer, partially hidden beneath a pile of folded t-shirts. The image depicted me, sound asleep in my bed, the covers drawn up to my chin, my face peaceful yet unknowingly vulnerable. The timestamp in the corner of the Polaroid suggested it was taken at 2:07 a.m. just a few nights prior. A chill ran down my spine as I held the photograph. How could this be? I lived alone, had always locked my doors, and had never given a spare key to anyone. Dismissing it as a misplaced old photo or a strange prank by a friend who had access during some forgotten visit, I tried to put it out of my mind. But the following day brought another photo, and then another. Each one was slipped into different, often deeply personal spaces between pages of my journal, under my pillow, inside my shoe. Each image showed me in various stages of sleep, oblivious to the intrusion into my private world. My anxiety grew with each discovery. I changed the locks, installed a security camera, and even stayed up some nights, watching and waiting. But nothing appeared amiss, and the camera captured no intruders. Yet the photos kept appearing. I turned to the police with my growing collection of Polaroids. The officers took my concerns seriously, but found no evidence of break-ins or forced entry. They suggested someone might be playing a cruel trick on me, perhaps a disgruntled ex or a secret admirer gone too far. They increased patrols in my neighborhood and advised me to keep them updated. Despite these measures, the photographs continued to appear. Desperate for answers, I decided to conduct my own surveillance. I set up additional cameras inside my apartment, covering all possible angles. I even started using a camera that would send live feeds directly to my phone, hoping to catch the perpetrator in real time. One night, as I lay in bed pretending to be asleep while watching my phone's screen, I noticed a small anomaly on the live feed, a slight distortion in the corner of the room near my closet. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, a shimmer in the air like heat haze. I watched, frozen with fear and fascination, as the distortion grew clearer and began to take a humanoid shape. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized what I was seeing: some form of invisibility, a person or thing cloaked by technology or something beyond my understanding. The figure moved cautiously around my room, pausing to look at me. It held a Polaroid camera. As I clicked a photo, I saw the flash through the camera feed but detected no flash in reality. The figure then moved to my dresser, slipped the photo inside, and quietly faded away, the distortion disappearing entirely. In shock, I remained still long after the figure had gone. When dawn broke, I approached my dresser with trepidation. Inside, just as I had seen on the feed, was a new Polaroid. It was clear now that this wasn't a person but something else, something capable of evading both the naked eye and conventional cameras. I spent the following days poring over research on optical camouflage, cloaking technologies, and even paranormal phenomena, anything that could explain or relate to what I had witnessed. My search led me to a local university professor known for his work on advanced optical systems. Hesitant but desperate, I arranged a meeting and shared my story and the live feed video. The professor was initially skeptical, but became intrigued after viewing the footage. He hypothesized that I might be dealing with an experimental technology, possibly stolen or unauthorized. He agreed to help by setting up specialized equipment in my apartment that could detect unusual electromagnetic fields or disruptions. For weeks we worked together, monitoring and analyzing the environment of my apartment. Finally, our efforts bore fruit. We detected anomalous readings consistent with the use of high-end, experimental cloaking technology. The professor theorized that someone might be testing this technology, using me as an unwitting subject in their experiments. Armed with this information and the professor's expert testimony, I went to the authorities again. This time, the investigation took a more serious turn. Through a combination of tech industry leads and surveillance, the police traced the technology to a small, cutting-edge company working under a government contract. An employee had been misusing prototypes to conduct unauthorized experiments. The invasions into my apartment were his twisted form of field testing. The man was arrested, and the photographs stopped. The ordeal left me shaken but also instilled a new sense of resilience in me. I had confronted a violation of my privacy and sought answers beyond what was immediately understandable. Though it was unlikely that the full scope of why he chose me would ever be clear, I found comfort in knowing that the mystery was solved and my nights were mine once again. Story 10. James had always felt ordinary, a man who blended into the crowd without a second glance. But that anonymity shattered one crisp autumn day when he met someone who looked exactly like him. It happened on a routine walk through the bustling streets of downtown. a path he took daily during his lunch break to clear his mind and stretch his legs. As James passed a familiar row of shops, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in a window. Except it wasn't a reflection. Standing inside the shop, looking out at him, was a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to James himself. He stared, frozen in place, as the man mimicked his shocked expression, then smiled wryly and waved before turning and disappearing into the depths of the store. Confused and curious, James hurried inside, weaving through the aisles until he found the man browsing through a stack of books. "Excuse me," James said, his voice betraying his bewilderment. "This is going to sound strange, but you look exactly like me." The man looked up, his smile benign yet somehow mischievous. "Do I? That is fascinating. I haven't noticed it myself," he replied, his tone light, almost dismissive. James insisted, trying to engage the man in conversation, but each attempt was met with evasive answers and a change of topic. Frustrated and feeling slightly mad, James finally took out his phone. "Can I take a picture with you, my friends? They'll never believe this." The man hesitated, his eyes narrowing slightly, but then he relented. "All right, just this once," he conceded. They stood side by side and James snapped a few photos, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and an inexplicable dread. After parting ways, James rushed back to his office, eager to show his colleagues the photographic proof of his bizarre encounter. But as he gathered a crowd around his desk, what he saw on his phone screen made his blood run cold. The photos showed James standing alone, smiling awkwardly at the camera with no sign of the man who should have been right beside him. "That's a great selfie, James, but why the fuss?" one of his coworkers joked, oblivious to the turmoil swirling inside James. "He was right there. The man who looks just like me," James protested, his voice rising in confusion and desperation. His colleagues exchanged worried glances, some suggesting he might be working too hard, or that it was just a prank. But James knew what he had seen and experienced. He couldn't let it go. That night, he showed the photos to his family, only to be met with the same bewildering denial and concern for his well-being. Determined to prove he wasn't losing his mind, James returned to the shop every day for a week, hoping to encounter the mysterious doppelganger again. Each visit ended in disappointment as the man remained elusive, almost as if he had vanished into thin air. Weeks turned into months, and James's life began to unravel. He was consumed by the search for his double, his work suffered, and his relationship strained under the weight of his obsession. It was during a particularly lonely walk through the city, pondering his next steps, that he stumbled upon a small, old bookstore tucked away in a forgotten alley. Driven by a gut feeling, James entered the store, and there, among the dusty shelves laden with ancient tomes, he found a section dedicated to folklore and mythology. A book titled The Phenomenon of the Doppelganger caught his eye. He pulled it from the shelf, and as he flipped through the pages, he came across a passage that chilled him to the bone. The doppelganger, often seen as a harbinger of bad luck or even death, is a duplicate of a living person. They are known to appear during times of extreme stress or turmoil, sometimes visible only to the person they mirror. These encounters are believed to be omens, warning the individual of impending crisis or a need for change. James bought the book, his hands trembling as he handed over the money. He spent the night reading, absorbing every word, every story that resonated eerily with his own experience. The more he read, the more he understood that his encounter might have been a manifestation of his own subconscious and externalization of his inner conflicts and fears. Armed with this new understanding, James sought professional help. Therapy sessions helped him address the underlying issues that had plagued him: his feelings of invisibility and insignificance, his fear of being alone. As he worked through these issues, the obsession with finding his doppelganger began to wane. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy, and although he occasionally scanned crowds for a face like his, He no longer felt the urgency or the dread that had once consumed him. Years later, James could look back on that period of his life with a clearer perspective. He understood now that the doppelganger was never real in the physical sense, but a symbolic manifestation of his psyche. This realization didn't diminish the impact of the experience, but gave him a deep sense of peace. He had faced his other self, his darkest fears, and had come out the other side stronger and more grounded. He kept the photo, the one where he stood alone yet not alone, as a reminder of the journey he had taken into the depths of his mind and the importance of facing oneself, no matter how daunting that might be. Story 11. The phenomenon began subtly, almost imperceptibly, during the early weeks of fall. Every Thursday night, as if scheduled by an unseen hand, a thick, impenetrable fog would roll into our street from the nearby river. The first few times I dismissed it as a natural occurrence, typical of the changing season. However, it was the voices that transformed these foggy nights from a mere weather pattern into a haunting mystery. It started one evening when I stepped outside to retrieve my mail forgotten in the postbox earlier that day. The fog was so dense that the street lights were reduced to faint glows, barely piercing the mist. As I walked down the driveway, I heard it a whisper, soft and fleeting, so faint I thought it might have been the rustle of leaves. But then it came again, clearer this time, a hushed murmur floating through the fog, saying, "Join us." The voice was unsettlingly calm and oddly inviting. I spun around, peering into the fog, but saw nothing. The street was empty, the usual sounds of nighttime critters silenced. I hurried back inside, dismissing what I heard as the product of my imagination, strained from too many late nights of work. But as the weeks progressed, so did the pattern. Every Thursday the fog would descend, and with it the voices would return. They varied in number and tone, sometimes a lone voice, other times a chorus of whispers, all beckoning, "Come, join us." Driven by a mix of fear and fascination, I decided to investigate. I started by asking neighbors if they had experienced anything unusual on foggy nights. Most hadn't noticed anything beyond the fog itself, but old Mrs. Jensen from across the street leaned in closely, her voice dropping to a whisper. "The voices in the fog, you hear them too," she told me that many years ago. Her husband claimed to hear voices calling to him from the fog. He followed them one night and was found the next morning, wandering the riverbank, cold and confused but unharmed. He never spoke of it again, and she had since dismissed it as the ramblings of an old man's fading mind. This revelation only deepened the mystery and my resolve to understand it. The next Thursday, I prepared myself with a flashlight and a voice recorder, hoping to capture the ethereal whispers. As the clock struck the hour when the fog typically arrived, I stepped outside, the air already thickening into a ghostly white. The voices began as a distant murmur, growing in clarity as I ventured further from my house. This way they seemed to guide. I followed the beam of my flashlight, cutting a narrow path through the dense fog. The air was chillingly cold, and the silence, aside from the voices, was oppressive. The whispers led me to the park that bordered our neighborhood, the fog here even thicker, if that were possible. I turned on the recorder and asked aloud, "Who are you? What do you want?" The voices paused, and for a moment there was silence. Then, a soft, sorrowful voice answered, "Lost. We are lost. Help us find our way." The plea was so full of sadness and longing that it tugged at my heart. I continued deeper into the park, guided by the voices that now sounded more like desperate, disembodied souls than the eerie chorus they had been at my home. Eventually I reached the old bridge that spanned the river. The fog here was so dense it was like walking through a cloud. As I approached the middle of the bridge, the voices crescendoed into an almost palpable presence. "Here we fell. Help us rise," they whispered. The story unfolded as the voices mingled with the river's murmuring below. Many years ago, a ferry had capsized in this very spot on a foggy night much like this one. The passengers, mostly workers returning home from the factories, were caught in the treacherous currents, their cries for help swallowed by the fog. Many perished, their bodies eventually recovered downstream, but their spirits, it seemed, remained. Moved by their tragic tale, I promised to remember them, to tell their story so they might find some peace. I held an impromptu vigil right there on the bridge, speaking words of remembrance and hope into the fog. As the night waned and the first hints of dawn lightened the sky, the fog began to lift, and with it, the voices faded. Returning home, I felt a profound sense of melancholy, but also of purpose. I spent the next day researching the ferry accident and the names of those lost. That evening, I posted their story online, detailing my experiences and their whispered pleas. The next Thursday, the fog returned, but the voices did not. Instead, there was a serene silence that spoke of release and gratitude. Over time, the foggy Thursdays continued, but they were no longer ominous or haunted. They had become nights of reflection and remembrance, a memorial to the souls who had once been lost but were now, hopefully, at peace. My encounter with the voices in the fog changed me. It reminded me of the thin veils between past and present, life and death, and the enduring human need to be remembered. In honoring the memories of those long-forgotten voices, I had not only helped them find peace but had discovered a deeper connection to the living world around me. Story 12. David's morning started like any other, with the mundane yet comforting rituals that marked the start of his daily commute. He was a man of habit, finding solace in the predictable patterns of suburban life. However, on this particular morning, a heavy fog had settled over the town, thicker and more disorienting than any he had encountered before. As he drove his familiar route to the office, the fog seemed to swallow the edges of the world, blurring stop signs and turning familiar landmarks into ghostly silhouettes. David's grip on the steering wheel tightened as he strained to make out the road ahead. It was then that he noticed the shortcut, an unassuming side street veiled in mist that he was sure hadn't been there before. Curiosity piqued and eager to escape the oppressive fog, David turned onto the narrow road. It was lined with gnarled trees that formed a tunnel of branches overhead, their leaves whispering secrets as he passed beneath them. The road twisted and turned, leading him deeper into an uncharted part of town that didn't fit with the cookie-cutter houses and manicured lawns he was used to. As minutes turned into an hour, David realized he was lost. He checked his GPS, but it flickers erratically before displaying a series of confusing directions that led him in circles. Each attempt to follow the GPS's instructions seemed to bring him back to the same dead end, a small, circular clearing surrounded by dense woods. Frustration mounting, David stopped the car and stepped out, hoping to gain some sense of direction from the land itself. The air was chillier here, the fog hanging heavily around him like a cloak. The silence was punctuated only by the soft murmur of the wind through the trees and the distant, almost imperceptible sound of water. David walked to the edge of the clearing, peering into the woods. There was something unsettling about the stillness, something that made him uneasy. He decided to try his phone again, but there was no signal, just the mocking, empty bars. Resolving to find his way back on foot to a more familiar area, David retraced his steps. He chose different turns, attempted to mark his path by tying strips of cloth to the tree branches, but no matter which direction he went, he ended up back at the same dead-end clearing. Panic began to set in as the sun arced towards noon. David's thoughts raced. Was this some kind of prank? A dream? Or worse, had he stumbled into something supernatural, a slice of reality where the rules he knew didn't apply? Determined to escape, he decided to venture deeper into the woods beyond the clearing. There, the ground sloped downwards, leading to a hidden brook. The sound of water was louder here, and it gave him a sliver of hope. He followed the brook, thinking it might lead to a town, or at least away from the looping nightmare of the forest. Hours passed, and the brook led David to a small, decrepit cabin tucked away under the shadow of the trees. It looked abandoned, the wood weathered and gray, the windows dusty and cobwebbed. Despite his apprehension, David approached, driven by a desperate need for human contact or any sign of life. Inside, the cabin was surprisingly intact, with furnishings that suggested someone had lived there not too long ago. On a dusty table, he found a map of the area with a series of handwritten notes scrawled across it. The notes spoke of a town that had once existed in this part of the woods, now long forgotten and reclaimed by nature after a mysterious calamity that drove its residents away. Using the map, David managed to navigate through another section of the woods, his heart pounding with hope. The trees began to thin, and finally he emerged onto a familiar road, the very main road he had been searching for. Relieved, he walked along the road until he reached a gas station. He asked the clerk about the shortcut he had taken in the old town the map had mentioned. The clerk, a middle-aged woman with deep, knowing eyes, shook her head slowly. "Son, there ain't been a town out there for over 50 years. And that road you're talking about? Best forgotten. Some paths are closed off for a reason." David drove home, the fog now lifted, leaving the world stark and clear. But the clarity of day couldn't erase the unsettling experience of the morning. He arrived home feeling changed, aware now of the thin veils that separated his known world from the shadows that lurked just beyond human sight. From that day on, David stuck to his usual route, the GPS fixed firmly on the dash. But every so often, his eyes would drift to the passing woods, half expecting to see the shadow of the shortcut beckoning. He never took it again, but the mystery of that day lingered, a ghost story of his own making that he would never quite shake off. Story 13. It was a rainy Saturday afternoon when Anna found herself wandering into a small, cluttered thrift store on the edge of town. The store was a mishmash of items, vintage clothing draped across old furniture, books piled high on shelves that looked ready to buckle, and knickknacks of every sort filling the nooks and crannies. It was the kind of place Anna loved, where every item had a story and searching felt like treasure hunting. Her eyes roved the store, absorbing the chaotic symphony of objects, until they landed on a painting hung carelessly between a rusty bicycle and a tarnished mirror. The painting was small, its frame worn and the paint slightly cracked, but it was the scene depicted within that stole her breath and rooted her to the spot. It was a painting of a small clearing in a forest, sunlight piercing through the trees to illuminate a circle of stones. Two children, a boy and a girl, sat in the middle, engrossed in a heated game of marbles. The boy's hair was the same sandy color as her brother's had been, and the girl's braided hair mirrored how Anna used to wear hers as a child. It was a scene from her childhood, one so peculiar and private that no one else could possibly have known about it. The forest clearing had been their secret place, hidden away from the eyes of the world, where they had played countless games and shared secrets they promised never to tell another soul. How could a painting possibly capture that? And in such vivid detail that it felt like a window into her past. Compelled by a mix of nostalgia and an eerie sense of intrusion, Anna bought the painting. The store owner, a frail old man with spectacles sliding down his nose, gave her a curious look but said nothing as he wrapped the painting in brown paper. Once home, Anna hung the painting in her living room, the familiar scene both comforting and disconcerting as it filled her space. Over the next few days, she found herself drawn to it, studying the strokes and colors, the way the painter had captured the very essence of sunlight filtering through leaves. Driven by a need to understand, Anna began a quest to find out more about the painting. She returned to the thrift store and pressed the old man for information. After much coaxing, he revealed that the painting had been part of an estate sale, the previous owner a reclusive artist who had lived on the outskirts of town. Armed with this information, Anna sought out the artist's home, a dilapidated cottage nestled deep in the woods. It was abandoned now, the garden overgrown and the windows boarded up. As she explored the perimeter, she stumbled upon a scene that made her heart stop, a real-life clearing with a circle of stones, unmistakably the one from her childhood and from the painting. The realization was overwhelming. Had the artist spied on them as children, or was there a deeper connection she was missing? Determined to uncover the truth, Anna visited the local library to dig through archives for any information on the artist. After hours poring over old newspapers and records, she pieced together the artist's identity: Eleanor Rigby, a woman who had been considered somewhat of an eccentric, known for her reclusive nature and her beautiful, evocative paintings. Eleanor had been a contemporary of Anna's grandmother, and further digging revealed surprising connections. Old photographs in the library's historical collection showed Eleanor and Anna's grandmother together, young and smiling. They had been friends, perhaps best friends, sharing their lives and secrets. Anna remembered stories her grandmother had told her about her childhood friend, an artist who used to sketch everything she saw, but she had never mentioned her name or their estrangement. With her grandmother long past, Anna could only speculate that the painting had been Eleanor's way of remembering or honoring the bond she once shared with Anna's grandmother. The discovery brought a sense of closure and melancholy. The painting now felt like a bridge connecting Anna not only to her cherished childhood memories but also to her grandmother in a way she hadn't anticipated. Anna kept the painting, cherishing it as a relic of intertwined pasts, a testament to forgotten friendships and hidden stories. It hung in her living room, a conversation piece that intrigued guests and reminded Anna of the mysterious, often inexplicable threads that connect our lives. In the years that followed, the painting inspired Anna to take up her own artistic endeavors, capturing scenes from her life and the lives around her, each brushstroke a tribute to Eleanor's legacy and the serendipitous day at the thrift store that brought the past back to life. Story 14. As an IT specialist at a bustling downtown law firm, late nights were common for me. The office was housed in an old, imposing building that once stood as the tallest in the city. Now surrounded by modern skyscrapers, it retained an air of antiquity with its Art Deco facade and brass fixtures. Most peculiar about it, however, was the building's elevator system, particularly the one I frequently used after hours. This particular elevator had a quirk I had noticed soon after starting my job. The panel inside showed buttons for floors 1 through 12, but occasionally when I was alone, a button for the 13th floor would light up. Initially, I assumed it was a malfunction, or perhaps a remnant of old building superstitions where architects would skip from the 12th to the 14th floor to avoid bad luck associated with the number 13. However, one unusually quiet Thursday evening, my curiosity finally got the better of me. I had just finished a laborious server update, and the office was especially silent, emptied of the hustle and bustle of daytime activity. As I stepped into the elevator, exhausted and ready for the comfort of my bed, I noticed the 13th floor button glowing dimly, a siren call in the otherwise unremarkable ride I had taken so many times before. Why not, I muttered to myself, pressing the button without fully comprehending the implications. The doors closed with their typical mechanical sigh, and the elevator began its ascent. Yet, this ride felt distinctly different. There was a subtle vibration, an electric tension in the air, as if the elevator itself was surprised someone had dared to visit this forbidden floor. When the doors opened, I was greeted not by the sight of another office level, but by a dimly lit corridor that mirrored the layout of my usual workplace. However, the similarities ended there. This version was shrouded in shadows, the fluorescent lights flickering intermittently, casting eerie, dancing patterns on the walls. The air was heavy, tinged with a musty smell that spoke of long disuse. Hesitantly, I stepped out, my footsteps echoing oddly in the quiet. The place seemed entirely deserted at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw them figures stationed at their desks, heads bowed as if engrossed in their work. None of them moved or acknowledged my presence. Curiosity edged out my rising fear, compelling me to move closer to one of the figures. It was a person, or what should have been a person, but where their face should be, there was nothing, just a smooth, featureless surface. Recoiling in horror, I realized that none of these figures had faces. They were mannequins, dressed and positioned to mimic my coworkers. The surreal nature of the scene before me made my skin crawl, and a primal part of my brain screamed for me to leave. But another part, driven by a mix of fear and fascination, urged me to explore further. I walked down the corridor, passing more faceless figures, each one meticulously imitating a living worker, complete with detailed attire and positioned with props like coffee mugs and laptops. As I ventured deeper into this bizarre floor, I came upon what would be my own workspace in the real office. Apprehensively, I approached the desk, half expecting to see another doll-like figure in my place. To my relief and disappointment, the chair was empty. However, on the desk was a folder labeled "Case Files" filled with documents. Each page was blank except for a repeating phrase that chilled me to my core: "Do not look behind you." Ignoring the warning, I spun around, heart racing. There, just beyond the reach of the flickering lights, were shadows moving, shifting unnaturally against the walls. The air grew colder, the musty smell intensifying to something foul and almost tangible. The shadows seemed to pulse with a sinister life of their own, and I could hear a faint whispering, voices overlapping, none distinguishable from the next. Panic set in, and I sprinted back to the elevator, slamming the button for the lobby repeatedly. Behind me, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. I dared not look as the feeling of being chased by an unseen force overwhelmed me. The elevator doors seemed to take a lifetime to close, but finally they did, and I descended in trembling relief. Once back in the lobby, the normalcy of the ground floor was jarring. The late-night security guard nodded to me, oblivious to the terror I had just experienced. I didn't speak of it, fearing he would think me mad. Over the following days, I attempted to rationalize what I had seen. Perhaps it was a stress-induced hallucination, or maybe the building's old wiring and poor lighting had played tricks on my tired mind. Nevertheless, I avoided working late for weeks, fearful of what lay beyond the known confines of my office building. Curiosity, however, is a persistent force. I researched the building's history, discovering that it was indeed originally intended to have a 13th floor, which was constructed but sealed off after a series of unexplained accidents during the building's early years. The floor was deemed unsafe, a place of bad luck and misfortune, and was subsequently removed from official plans and access. To this day, the elevator occasionally displays the button for the 13th floor. I never press it, content to leave the mysteries of that dark reflection and its whispering shadows locked away in their forgotten corridor. The experience remains a chilling reminder of the thin veils between reality and the inexplicable, forever etched into my memory. Story 15. I've always found solace in the great outdoors, the tranquility of nature offering a stark contrast to my bustling city life. Hiking became my weekend ritual, my way to disconnect and breathe fresh air into a stale routine. The trails of old pine forest, with their sprawling canopy and hidden groves, were my sanctuary. Yet, over time, A sense of unease began to color my solitary excursions. It started subtly. I would sometimes catch a flicker of movement from the corner of my eye, a rustling of leaves, a shadow darting through the underbrush. The forest, once a place of peace, began to feel as though it held breaths other than my own. I chalked it up to wildlife after all. Deer, foxes, and other creatures were common in Old Pine. But the feeling of being watched steadily intensified, each hike leaving me more unsettled than the last. One autumn afternoon, determined to shake off the creeping dread that had begun to accompany me on my hikes, I ventured deeper into the forest than I had ever gone before. The trees here were older, their massive trunks gnarled with age, their branches forming a dense tapestry above. The deeper I went, the more pronounced the sensation of eyes upon me became. In an attempt to confront my irrational fears, I stopped and took out my camera. I decided I would capture the beauty of the forest, to remind myself there was nothing to fear among these ancient sentinels. I snapped several photos, the shutter clicking crisply in the quiet. Just as I was about to pack up, a chill ran down my spine. I felt a stare, tangible and intense, fixed directly on me. Compelled by a mix of defiance and curiosity, I raised my camera once more and took a picture in the direction of the unnerving sensation. I hurried home without looking at the result, eager to leave the oppressive atmosphere of the forest behind. Back in the safety of my apartment, I uploaded the photos to my computer. As I flipped through them, the images showed only the serene beauty of Old Pine until I came to the last one, the photo taken when I felt that piercing stare. My breath caught in my throat. There, among the dense weave of trunks and foliage, were faces. Not one, but several, half hidden between the trees, their expressions unreadable, eyes unmistakably fixed on the camera, on me. The faces were pale, almost blending into the bark, with eyes too dark, too knowing. They weren't human, or they no longer seemed human. The photo captured them in haunting clarity, a silent audience frozen in time, watching from a place where they shouldn't be. Sleep eluded me that night, the image of those watching faces etched behind my eyelids. The next day, under the harsh light of reason and the sun, I convinced myself to return to the forest. I needed answers. Was my mind playing tricks on me? Was the photo just a trick of light and shadow? Or with the photo on my phone as a guide, I managed to find the exact spot where I had taken it. The forest felt different in daylight, less menacing, but the memory of those faces loomed large. I examined the area carefully, looking for anything that could explain the illusion. But there was nothing, only the ordinary, mossy trunks and the usual scatter of underbrush. Unable to shake the image from my mind, I started researching the history of Old Pine Forest. What I found chilled me to the core. The forest had once been home to a small settlement in the 1800s, isolated and reclusive. The settlers had vanished without a trace, leaving behind empty cabins and whispers of curses. The local legend had it that they were taken by the woods, claimed by some vengeful spirit of nature. I had always scoffed at such tales, but now they took on a new, sinister significance. I returned to the forest many times after that, each visit a quest for understanding. Occasionally I would catch glimpses of those haunting faces, peering from behind the trees, always just at the edge of my vision. I took more photos, each one confirming their presence, each one drawing me deeper into an obsession. Determined to document my experiences, I started a blog, detailing each visit and posting the photos I captured. To my surprise, it garnered attention from others who had similar experiences, not just in Old Pine, but in other ancient forests around the world. It seemed I had tapped into a hidden vein of the unexplained, a community of people who also felt the eyes of the unseen on them. My hikes became less about escape and more about connection. a way to bridge the gap between our world and whatever existed on the periphery of human understanding. The watchers in the woods never communicated, never made any overt gestures, but their presence became a constant in my life. I respected them, these spirits or guardians of old pine, and I approached each hike with a mix of reverence and wariness. To this day, the watchers remain a mystery, a haunting reminder of the unknown that lies just beyond the veil of our perception. Old Pine Forest continues to be my sanctuary, but it is no longer a place where I walk alone. I am watched, but I am also strangely protected, and perhaps, in some inexplicable way, understood. Story 16. Thomas had always been drawn to antiques, fascinated by their hidden histories and the stories they might tell if they could speak. One rainy afternoon, while exploring an estate sale in his neighborhood, he stumbled upon an old radio, a 1940s Zenith with a polished wooden cabinet and a dial that glowed amber when it was turned on. It was in remarkably good shape, and something about it whispered to him, a murmuring promise of secrets waiting to be heard. He couldn't resist buying it. At home, he set the radio on a small table in his living room, admiring how it fit perfectly into his collection of vintage finds. That evening, as dusk settled and the room filled with the soft, shadowy light of early night, Thomas decided to see if the radio still worked. He plugged it in and fiddled with the dial until a crackle of static gave way to a clear, strong voice. It was broadcasting a news segment, crisp and precise, and authorities have advised everyone to stay indoors tomorrow due to severe weather conditions approaching the city, the newscaster said. Thomas chuckled to himself, thinking how reliable the old radio still was, assuming it was picking up a standard broadcast. However, a quick check on his phone confirmed there was no severe weather expected. In fact, the week promised nothing but clear skies. Puzzled, he shrugged it off as a fluke, an errant signal from a past broadcast somehow trapped in time. The next day unfolded with surreal precision according to the radio's warning. As Thomas sipped his coffee that morning, his phone buzzed with a notification from a news app. A sudden, unexpected storm had swept into the city, just as the radio had predicted. Stunned, Thomas stared out his window at the thrashing limbs of trees and sheets of rain that defied the weather forecasts. Intrigued and a bit unnerved, Thomas began to listen to the radio every evening. Night after night, it reported news events that hadn't happened yet, each subsequently coming true. It told of political upheavals, minor local incidents, and even stock market fluctuations, all accurate, all occurring exactly as described the following day. Then, one evening about a week after he'd brought the radio home, it delivered a piece of advice that chilled him to the bone. The same clear, authoritative voice he had grown somewhat accustomed to intoned and impersonal news of interest specifically to Mr. Thomas Wilkins of 47 Oak Avenue, G. It is strongly advised that he does not go to his place of employment tomorrow. A serious accident will occur in the vicinity of his office around the time he usually arrives. The mention of his name and address was shocking enough, but the specificity of the warning left Thomas reeling. He spent a restless night oscillating between disbelief and fear, ultimately deciding to heed the advice. He called in sick the next day, a decision that might have saved his life. Later that morning, as he nervously scanned news sites, a headline caught his eye. A massive pileup had occurred right in front of his office building at precisely the time he would have arrived. Now convinced of the radio's mysterious power, Thomas began to regard it with a mix of reverence and dread. It was as if the device had chosen him for reasons he couldn't understand, a guardian angel speaking from the past, or was it the future? Through waves of static and snippets of music from bygone eras. But as the days passed, the radio's forecast grew darker. It spoke of disasters, both natural and man-made, affecting not just Thomas but his community, his city. The weight of knowing became a burden. and Thomas felt the strain of isolation, too fearful to share his secret lest he not be believed, or worse, believed all too well. One evening, sitting by the radio, a desperate plan formed in his mind. If the radio could receive broadcasts from the future, perhaps he could use it to send a message back. He spent weeks gathering old schematics and electronic parts, modifying the radio's innards to transmit as well as receive. Finally, ready to test his contraption, he spoke into an attached microphone late one stormy night, his voice shaky but determined. "This is Thomas Wilkins. If anyone can hear this, please know that your messages have been received. I need guidance. I need to understand why this is happening to me." He repeated the message, then waited, breath held, radio crackling with the energy of his plea. Hours passed with no response, and Thomas's initial hope waned. But just as he was about to turn off the radio and admit defeat, it crackled to life. A voice, different from the newscasters and filled with a static-laden warmth, answered. "Thomas, you have done well to listen. But you must understand, these warnings are not just for you. Share them. Help others prepare. You are not just a receiver of fate, you are a part of it." With new resolve, Thomas set about changing his approach to the radio's forecasts. He began to document every prediction, every warning. Using anonymous tips and cautious interventions, he worked to mitigate the tragedies the radio foretold. His life took on new meaning, not just as a spectator of future news, but as an active participant in changing what could be. The old radio continued to broadcast its eerie prophecies, and Thomas, once just a man who loved antiques, became something more, a guardian of possible futures, a man who turned an inexplicable gift into a mission. Story 17. When I first toured the old Victorian house on the outskirts of town, I was charmed by its intricate woodwork, the expansive rooms, and the surprisingly affordable price. The realtor explained that the house had been on the market for a while, likely due to its remote location and the extensive renovations it required. None of that mattered to me. I was captivated. It seemed like the perfect place to start anew, away from the crowded and noisy city life I had grown to detest. I moved in during the warm blush of early summer, my spirits buoyed by the promise of peace and solitude. However, as the days shortened and the shadows grew longer, a disquieting presence began to make itself known. It started with small, unexplainable noises, creaks, and groans typical of old houses, I told myself. But then, the whispers began. It was subtle at first, so faint I thought I was imagining things. I would be sitting in the living room, reading, when a soft murmur would drift up from the basement. The first few times I dismissed it as the wind or some rational, mundane source. But the whispers grew louder and clearer, and I could no longer deny what I was hearing. Someone was down there, whispering my secrets. These were not just any secrets, but deep, dark confessions I had never shared with anyone. How could this be possible? I mustered the courage one chilly evening to confront whoever was haunting the basement. With a heavy flashlight in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, I slowly descended the creaking wooden stairs. The air grew colder as I reached the bottom, the musty smell of damp earth and mold assaulting my senses. The whispers stopped abruptly, replaced by a suffocating silence. I flicked on the flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, revealing a cluttered space filled with old furniture and boxes left by the previous owner. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding foreign in the oppressive air. No response came, only the echo of my own words bouncing off the stone walls. I moved cautiously between the stacks of boxes, the light trembling in my unsteady grip. In the far corner, I found an old workbench covered in dusty tools and a stack of yellowed newspapers. As I approached, the whispers resumed, louder now, swirling around me like a cold wind. I spun around, trying to locate the source, but there was no one. Just as panic began to set in, my light fell upon a small, ancient-looking radio sitting at the end of the workbench. The whispers were coming from it. I reached out, hesitating for a moment before turning the knob to switch it off. The whispers stopped immediately, plunging the basement back into silence. Shaken, I hurried upstairs, locking the basement door behind me. Sleep eluded me that night as I pondered the impossibility of what I had experienced. The next morning, driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, I researched the history of the house. The local library held a few records, and an old newspaper article revealed a chilling story. Decades ago, the house had belonged to a reclusive inventor known for his experimental radios, devices capable of capturing and replaying ambient sounds. According to the article, he had vanished under mysterious circumstances, and rumors swirled that he had been driven mad by something he heard on one of his radios. With a new sense of urgency, I returned to the basement. The radio was exactly where I had left it, its surface dusty and worn. I cleaned it off and examined it more closely. It was a custom-built device, unlike any I had seen before, with various dials and switches that suggested complex functionality beyond standard radios. Over the next few days, I experimented with the radio, slowly mapping out its functions. To my astonishment and horror, I discovered that it didn't just replay random sounds, it captured and stored spoken words and phrases, mixing them into an eerie auditory collage. It seemed to have recorded snippets of my phone conversations, my mutterings, even my whispered secrets. I realized then that the radio wasn't haunted, it was a repository, a bizarre legacy of its former owner's genius and madness. But knowing this didn't ease my unease. Instead, it deepened it. I was living with a device that knew my secrets, a machine that whispered them back to me in the dead of night. After much deliberation, I decided the radio could not remain in the house. It was a relic of a bygone era, fascinating but too disturbing to keep. I donated it to a museum dedicated to antique electronics, explaining its unusual properties, so that it would be handled with care and perhaps studied by those who could appreciate its unique technology. With the radio gone, the house was quiet once more. The whispers were silenced, but the echo of them lingered long after. I stayed in the house, gradually making peace with its quirks and creaks. Yet, I never fully shook off the feeling of being listened to, watched by unseen eyes. Perhaps it was just the memory of the radio's whispers, or maybe, just maybe, the house had secrets of its own, waiting for the right moment to speak. Story 18. Evan's day began like any other, with a morning routine polished by the passage of time and the comfort of habit. After a quick breakfast and a hot cup of coffee, he stepped outside to collect the mail from his small, rusting mailbox perched at the end of his driveway. What he found inside that day, however, was anything but ordinary. Amidst the usual assortment of bills and junk mail was a letter, stark in its simplicity with no return address. The envelope was pale blue, worn as if it had traveled far, but what truly caught Evan's attention was the handwriting on the front, his own. Or at least eerily similar to his own. His name and address were penned in a style that mirrored the way he wrote down grocery lists and reminders to himself. It was as though he had addressed this letter to himself, yet he had no memory of ever doing so. With a mixture of curiosity and unease, Evan slid open the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, also aged, as if it had been written years ago and somehow forgotten until now. The message was brief, but its words made his heart skip a beat. The date was only a week away. The logical part of Evan's mind insisted it was a prank, something concocted by a friend with a morbid sense of humor, or perhaps a case of mistaken identity. But the handwriting shook him. It was uncannily like his own. Shaken, Evan spent the day distracted, his thoughts returning again and again to the cryptic warning. As the days slipped by, The letter's warning gnawed at him, growing from a whisper in the back of his mind to a loud, insistent voice. He found himself looking over his shoulder, jumping at shadows and scrutinizing every person he passed on the street. Who could have sent it? And why? Unable to dismiss the letter's prophecy, Evan took a personal day from work on the 18th of October. If it was to be his last, he wouldn't spend it at the office. He stayed home, his house feeling more like a fortress or a prison as the hours ticked by. He avoided making calls or checking his email, half out of fear of confirming some bad news and half out of a deep-seated desire to not provoke fate. The day was uneventful until the late afternoon when a knock came at his door. Heart pounding, Evan approached with caution, peering through the peephole. Standing outside was an elderly man, dressed in a neat gray suit, holding a thick envelope similar to the one Evan had received. With trembling hands, Evan opened the door. The man greeted him with a warm, albeit sad smile. "Evan, I presume. I've been hoping to find you. I believe this belongs to you." He handed over the envelope, which felt heavy in Evan's hands. "Who are you?" Evan asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "My name is Harold," the man replied, his eyes reflecting a depth of sorrow. "Many years ago, I found myself in possession of a peculiar ability. I can see snippets of the future, but only concerning the lives of others, never my own." Evan processed this information, skepticism warring with the inexplicable reality of the letter's prediction. "I sent you that letter after a vision, one that showed me a glimpse of your peril. I wrote it in a style you would find most convincing your own. It was intended not as a prophecy but as a warning, a chance to alter the course of what might be." "Why tell me now?" Evan asked, a mix of relief and frustration washing over him. "Because today was meant to be significant. You were supposed to be in a car accident, fatal, unavoidable had you taken your usual route to work. By staying home, you've changed what I saw." Evan felt his knees weaken with relief. He invited Harold inside, and over cups of coffee they talked. Harold explained more about his visions, how they came to him unbidden, flashes of events tied to specific dates. He had wrestled with the morality of his gift, unsure if his interventions were right or wrong. But after years of contemplation, he'd decided that providing warnings was better than doing nothing, hence the letter. Moved by Harold's story and his own brush with fate, Evan asked, "How can you live with such a burden?" Harold smiled, a bit sadly. "I take it one day at a time, and I do my best to help where I can. Knowing the future is a lonely path, but it's mine to walk. I think, perhaps it's not so different from everyone else's journey. We all face the unknown, just in different ways." After Harold left, Evan sat for a long time, reflecting on the day's revelations. He realized how narrowly he had escaped his fate, all thanks to a stranger bound by his own mysterious destiny to intervene. It gave him a new appreciation for the fragile thread of life, how easily it could be snapped or, in his case, mended. From then on, Evan lived with a deeper gratitude for each day, aware of how quickly it could all change. He also kept the unopened letter, a reminder of the day he learned that sometimes the most extraordinary warnings could come in the most ordinary envelopes, and that perhaps in this vast and mysterious universe, we are not always as alone as we might think. Story 19. Living in the rural outskirts of Vermont, I was accustomed to the unpredictable nature of the backroads, paths that seemed to twist unexpectedly and trails that sometimes led to nowhere. However, nothing prepared me for the forgotten road. It began on an unusually foggy October evening as I was returning home from a late shift at the hospital. The drive was one I had made countless times, a route so familiar I could almost navigate it blindfolded. Yet that night, As the fog thickened, enveloping the landscape in a ghostly shroud, I noticed a road branching off from my usual path. This road, shrouded in mist and lined with ancient, towering maples, wasn't just unfamiliar, it felt eerily out of place. Driven by a mixture of curiosity and an inexplicable pull, I turned onto the road. The asphalt was smooth, unmarked by the passage of time or tires, a black ribbon cutting through the dense fog. As I drove, the fog began to lift, revealing a quaint town that appeared suddenly as if conjured out of thin air. The town, which bore no name, was like a scene preserved in time. Street lamps cast a warm glow over cobblestone streets. Victorian houses, their windows aglow with soft light, lined the perfectly manicured roads. Each house was adorned with decorations that suggested a perpetual preparation for some harvest festival. I parked near what appeared to be a town square, where a bronze statue of a founding figure, perhaps, stood proudly, yet covered in a patina that told of age and neglect. Curious, I stepped out of my car and was immediately approached by a group of townspeople. Their clothes were oddly dated, and their expressions were a mix of desperation and relief. "Please, you must help us," a woman in a floral dress implored, her voice trembling. "We cannot leave this place." As more people gathered, echoing her plea, they shared their stories. The town, they explained, was cursed. Decades ago, a pact made with a mysterious figure had granted the town prosperity and isolation from the world's woes in exchange for their eternal stay. Over time, the town's isolation had turned from blessing to prison. They were stuck in time, unseen by the outside world, unable to leave the confines of their fog-bound borders. Their tales seemed fantastical, yet the earnestness in their eyes and the tangible fear in their voices swayed me. They spoke of others like me, travelers who had stumbled upon the forgotten road, each one leaving with promises to return with help. Yet none ever did, or perhaps they couldn't. Determined to help, I promised to return with assistance. As I drove away, looking back in my rearview mirror, the town faded into the fog, disappearing as if it had never been there. By the time I reached home, the road and the town were gone, swallowed up by the night. The next day, under the clarity of the sun, I tried to retrace my route, but the road was nowhere to be found. I researched, pored over old maps, and talked to locals, but no one had heard of such a place. It was as if the town and the road leading to it existed only at certain times, under certain conditions. Weeks passed, and I began to question my sanity, as exhaustion conjured up a vivid dream. But the faces of the townspeople, their pleas for freedom, haunted me. I could not let it go. I started driving home every night along different routes, hoping to once again find the forgotten road. Finally, on another foggy night reminiscent of that first encounter, the road appeared again. Elation and dread filled me as I turned onto the asphalt, the familiar cobblestone streets materializing from the mist. The townspeople were waiting. Their reaction was a mix of surprise and joy. "You came back," they murmured, a chorus of relief. I explained that I wanted to help, to break their curse. They spoke of an old library that contained the town's archives, suggesting it might hold clues about the pact and how it could be undone. Together, we scoured the library's dusty tomes and brittle parchment. Hours turned into what felt like days. Time seemed fluid here, untrustworthy. We discovered that the pact was bound to an artifact, a simple, unassuming locket that was given to the town's founder by the mysterious figure, the terms of their agreement etched within it. The locket was believed to be buried with the founder, right beneath the statue in the town square. With shovels borrowed from the townspeople, I helped dig at the statue's base, under the watchful eyes of the entire town. The locket was found encased in a small, iron box, just as the archives had described. As I opened the box and read the faded script within, the air grew heavy, the fog thickening around us. The pact was clear to end it. One who was not bound by its terms had to willingly take the locket beyond the town's borders. With the locket in hand, I made my way back to my car, the townspeople's eyes wide with a mix of hope and fear. I promised them, once again, that I would return. As I drove away, the locket clenched tightly. The town faded into the fog behind me, its future and their release hinging on my next actions. Back in the world free from curses and timeless prisons, I sought experts in supernatural lore to understand and hopefully sever the pact. My journey had just begun. The road to saving a forgotten town from its timeless curse was long and uncertain, but I was determined to see it through, to restore the freedom they so desperately craved. Story 20. Ethan's first night on the job at the department store should have been uneventful. The sprawling, multi-level complex was usually bustling with shoppers by day, but at night it transformed into a silent, dimly lit cavern. Ethan, recently hired as a night security guard, had been briefed on his duties: patrol the floors, check the locks, and monitor the surveillance cameras. Simple enough, especially for someone who had spent a few years in mall security before this. The store was filled with displays of high-end fashion, electronics, and housewares, and like many department stores, it featured a collection of mannequins. These life-sized dolls, draped in the latest fashions, were positioned throughout the store, their blank faces and poised stances meant to entice but somehow always eerie in the nocturnal quiet. Ethan's security desk was set near the main entrance, equipped with a bank of monitors linked to cameras covering multiple angles of the store. As midnight approached, he settled into his chair, a cup of coffee at his side, and began his routine checks of the camera feeds. That's when he first noticed something off. A mannequin in the women's apparel section appeared to be closer to the camera than it had been at the start of his shift. Ethan blinked, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. He assumed he was seeing things after all. It was his first night, and he was still getting used to the play of shadows and light in the vast, quiet space. By 1 a.m., as he made his first physical round, Ethan's unease grew. It wasn't just one mannequin that seemed out of place. Several appeared to have shifted. One that had been posed by a display rack was now several feet closer to his desk. He examined it closely, a chill running down his spine. It was positioned as if it were walking mid-stride, one arm extended, as though caught in a snapshot of motion. Probably the evening crew messing with the new guy, Ethan muttered to himself, trying to shake off the unease. He returned to his desk, eyes now darting frequently to the live feeds, watching for any change. At 2 a.m., he scanned the cameras again and froze. The mannequins had moved closer. This wasn't a trick of the mind or a playful prank. They were undeniably closer to his desk, their poses more pronounced, as if they were purposefully striding towards him. Panic knotted in Ethan's stomach. He grabbed his flashlight and walked the floor again, his steps echoing in the silent store. As he approached, the mannequins seemed to be exactly where he had left them minutes before on the camera. Confusion swirled in his mind, and he began to doubt what he was seeing. Were the cameras malfunctioning? Was his fatigue getting the better of him? At 3 a.m., the situation escalated. Now, not only were the mannequins closer, but their numbers had increased. Mannequins from the second and third floors had joined those on the first floor, congregating in a silent assembly, all facing his desk. Their eyes, painted on and normally lifeless, seemed to bore into him, an accusation or a threat lurking in their vacant stares. Ethan felt a primal fear rise within him. He thought to call his supervisor but hesitated, not wanting to sound foolish or hallucinatory on his very first shift. Instead, he decided to record the phenomenon with his phone, proof that he wasn't imagining the surreal nightmare unfolding around him. As he filmed, the clock ticked inexorably towards 4 a.m. Ethan's hand shook as he pointed his phone at the mannequins. But as he panned from his phone back to the floor, the figures were once again unmoving, standing benignly in their usual spots, as if nothing had happened. The video, however, told a different story. It showed them moving subtly, almost imperceptibly, inching closer with every passing second. Fueled by both terror and a need for answers, Ethan scoured the internal company database for any similar incidents or explanations. Buried in forums and past security logs, he found mention of an incident years ago, a story of mannequins supposedly moving at night, believed to be a tale concocted by a night guard who had mysteriously disappeared without a trace, his belongings left undisturbed at a desk much like Ethan's. As dawn approached, the tension in the air seemed to dissipate. Ethan watched, exhausted and weary, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the store's large front windows. As the light touched the mannequins, they seemed to retreat, moving away from his desk, dispersing back to their original positions. By the time his relief guard arrived at 6 a.m., the mannequins were all perfectly in place, the store as normal as it had been the day before. Ethan relayed none of his night's experiences, signing off his shift and deciding there and then that he would not return. He left the store and never looked back, leaving behind a job he had barely started and a mystery he knew he'd never want to solve. The recorded video remained on his phone, a digital testament to a paranormal ordeal that no one would believe, a chilling reminder of the night when inanimate figures had seemingly come to life, drawing closer and closer with each passing hour. Story 21. The northern coast of Maine is a picturesque tableau of rugged cliffs and turbulent seas, where tales of maritime lore and shipwrecks abound. It was here that the old Penfield Lighthouse stood, a silent sentinel over the Gulf of Maine, decommissioned years ago but still a beacon of curiosity for those enchanted by nautical mysteries. I was drawn to this place not just by its storied past but by a peculiar fascination with the lighthouse keepers, those solitary figures tasked with guiding sailors through perilous waters. On a gray and blustery day in late September, I made my way to the lighthouse. Its towering structure, weathered by decades of salt and storms, loomed against the overcast sky, a stoic reminder of a bygone era. The door to the lighthouse was surprisingly unlocked, creaking loudly as I pushed it open to step inside. The interior smelled of must and rust, with peeling paint on the walls and old maritime charts scattered across a wooden table. I wandered through the ground floor, examining relics of the lighthouse's operational days: a rusted oil lamp, a frayed logbook, and yellowed photographs of ships that had once passed this way. It was here in the dim light of the lighthouse that I first heard him. His voice was rough, like gravel being tossed by waves, filled with the salt of the sea. Many a ship met her end watching for my light, he said, suddenly beside me, though I had heard no footsteps. I turned to face an elderly man, his beard as white as sea foam, his eyes a piercing, stormy gray. His clothes were from another era, the worn fabric of his coat speaking of countless nights spent in the watchroom above. He introduced himself simply as Elias, the last keeper of the Penfield Lighthouse. As he spoke of ships that never returned, his voice carried the weight of sorrow and guilt. He recounted stories of fierce storms and foggy nights, of desperate signals sent into the abyss, and of the relentless sea that took as much as it gave. Captivated, I listened as Elias described one night in particular, a night that seemed no different from any other until a ship, the Hesperus, caught in a vicious nor'easter, failed to see the lighthouse's beam. His eyes grew distant as he recalled the helpless feeling of watching the ship struggle against the waves, only to be swallowed by the sea, all hands lost. As he spoke, Elias led me up the narrow, spiraling staircase to the top of the lighthouse. The view from the watchroom was breathtaking, with the turbulent ocean stretching endlessly into the horizon. Here, he pointed to a spot in the distance, his finger tracing the path the Hespers had taken that fateful night. "I tried to guide them home," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the howl of the wind. Just as he finished his sentence, a chill swept through the room, and I watched in stunned silence as Elias began to fade before my eyes. His form became translucent, his features blurring with the gray light filtering through the thick glass of the watch room. "Beware the nor'easter," he whispered, his voice carried away by the wind. And then he was gone, vanished as if he had never been. I stood alone at the top of the lighthouse, the echo of Elias's tales haunting the air around me. The sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the water where the Hesperus had vanished decades ago. The experience felt surreal, like a vivid dream, yet the emotional weight of his words was undeniably real. Driven by a newfound need to understand more about Elias and the Hesperus, I visited the local maritime museum the following day. There, tucked away in a corner of the exhibit on lighthouse history, was a photograph of Elias, the very man I had met. According to the plaque, he had been the lighthouse keeper during the mid-20th century and was renowned for his dedication until his mysterious disappearance shortly after the tragedy of the Hesperus. The museum curator, an elderly woman with an encyclopedic knowledge of local history, told me more. Elias had been consumed by guilt over his perceived failure to save the Hesperus and its crew. Some say he still keeps watch over the coast, trying to atone for a sin only he believes he committed, she explained, her voice tinged with a mix of skepticism and belief. What I had experienced in the lighthouse was inexplicable, a ghostly encounter that left me both shaken and intrigued. Elias, it seemed, was bound to his duty beyond the constraints of life and death, his spirit lingering where his body could not. I left Maine with Elias's story echoing in my mind, a poignant reminder of the sea's power and mystery. The lighthouse, once a guide for ships, had also guided me to a deeper understanding of the human elements intertwined with these coastal legends, the loneliness, the responsibility, and the eternal hope of those who watch the sea. Story 22. Jenna's workday was ordinary in every way until her cell phone rang, displaying the familiar number of her home landline. This was odd. She lived alone since her divorce last year, and the house was supposed to be empty. Her heart fluttered with a mix of confusion and concern as she answered the call. "Hello?" The voice that came through was unsettlingly familiar. It was her own. "Hi, Jenna," it said, mirroring her tone and inflection perfectly. "When will you be back? I'm feeling lonely." Jenna's hand tightened around her phone, her brow furrowing in bewilderment. "Who is this?" she demanded, though the voice had been unmistakably hers. "Just wondering when you'll be home," the voice repeated, calm and eerily serene. Jenna ended the call, her mind racing. It had to be a prank. She thought technology could do wonders, and perhaps someone was using some voice mimicry software to unsettle her. But why? And how did they get her home number? She tried to refocus on her work, a data analysis report due that afternoon, but the call gnawed at her. Who could mimic her voice so accurately? And the loneliness it had echoed her own feelings, one she hadn't voiced to anyone. Unable to shake her unease, Jenna decided to check her home security system via the mobile app connected to her cameras. The interior cameras showed nothing amiss, no intruders, everything in its place. But seeing the empty rooms of the home she once shared with her ex-husband did little to ease the hollow feeling inside her. The day dragged on, each hour punctuated by glances at her phone, half expecting it to ring again. It remained silent, and Jenna welcomed the end of her shift. She drove home with a sense of trepidation, the call replaying in her mind. As she unlocked her front door and stepped inside, The house greeted her with its usual quiet. Jenna made a thorough check of every room, looking for any signs of a break-in or disturbance. Everything was as she had left it that morning. That night, after a restless dinner eaten in front of the TV, Jenna settled on her couch, trying to lose herself in a new book. But her thoughts were elsewhere, tangled in the mystery of the call. It felt deeply personal, a cruel joke leveraging her own voice to stir feelings of solitude and abandonment. Deciding she needed support, Jenna called her sister Mara. She recounted the day's strange event, expecting reassurance. Mara, a pragmatic soul, suggested logical explanations. Maybe someone had cloned her phone, or it was a crossed line with some bizarre interference. But a small part of Jenna wondered if it was something more, something inexplicable. Unable to dismiss the incident, Jenna contacted her phone provider the next morning to report the call. They confirmed that the call had indeed originated from her landline, but offered no further clarity. It could be a glitch in the system, the technician suggested, though he sounded as unconvinced as Jenna felt. The next few days passed without incident, and Jenna began to feel foolish for her initial reaction. Perhaps it had been a one-off anomaly, a trick of technology that meant nothing. Then, one evening as Jenna worked late again, her phone rang. It was her home number. Hard in her throat, Jenna answered. "Hi, Jenna," her own voice said, softer this time. "I miss you. It's lonely here without you." This time, instead of hanging up, Jenna spoke, "What are you?" There was a pause, a static-filled breath. "I'm you, Jenna. I'm the part of you that doesn't want to be alone. I'm here, waiting at home." Tears sprang to Jenna's eyes, a mixture of fear and a deep, piercing sadness. "Why are you doing this?" she whispered. "To remind you," the voice replied. "You need to come home." Jenna ended the call, her mind a storm of emotions. She left work immediately, driving through the night-cloaked streets with a desperate need to confront whatever awaited her. When she arrived, the house was dark. Jenna stood at the door, key in hand, paralyzed with a mix of fear and resolve. Finally, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The house was silent, but for the first time, it didn't feel empty. "Why am I so lonely?" she asked aloud, not expecting an answer. But then, as if the house itself responded, her own voice came from the living room. "Because you've been avoiding coming home. You've been avoiding facing this." Jenna walked into the living room, where the TV was on, showing a photo slideshow of her and her ex-husband in happier times. She hadn't turned it on, hadn't even looked at those photos since the divorce. She sank onto the couch, watching the images flicker. The photos stirred old memories, old joys and pains, and Jenna understood. The calls, the voice, it wasn't a ghost or a prank. It was her subconscious, her loneliness, manifesting in the most unsettling way, forcing her to confront her feelings, to acknowledge her need for change. From that night, Jenna made a conscious effort to reconnect with herself and her needs. She began to invite friends over, filled her home with laughter and company, and slowly, the loneliness ebbed away. She never received another call from herself, and eventually she came to view the experience as a strange, painful, but necessary awakening. The house, once a symbol of isolation, became a home again, a place of healing and new beginnings. Story 23. It began innocently enough, with a routine visit to the local library in search of something new to read over the weekend. As I browsed the shelves, a peculiar little book tucked away in the corner of the fiction section caught my eye. It was an old, leather-bound volume, worn at the edges, with pages yellowed by time. The title was faded, barely legible, but something about it beckoned me to pick it up. Once home, I settled into my favorite armchair by the window and began to read. The book was a collection of short stories, each set in different times and places. I found myself engrossed, the world around me fading away as I flipped through the pages. It wasn't until I reached a section that seemed out of place in a work of fiction that I paused, a sense of unease creeping over me. It was a diary entry dated exactly 50 years ago to the day. What made my heart skip, however, wasn't just the coincidence of the date but the content of the entry itself. It described, in meticulous detail, my exact day from the mundane morning coffee spilling over my work papers to the brief, unexpected meeting with an old friend in the park. The entry even mentioned the peculiar little book one found, describing its appearance with an accuracy that sent chills down my spine. Puzzled and unnerved, I returned to the library the next day to inquire about the book. The librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Whitmore, who had been a fixture at the library for decades, listened to my story with a furrowed brow. After searching her records, she informed me that the book wasn't part of the library's official collection, and no record existed of its origin or its inclusion in the library. Determined to understand the mystery, I dug deeper into the book's other stories and entries, searching for clues. Each story seemed disconnected from the others, spanning different epochs and revolving around various characters. Yet, as I read further, subtle connections began to emerge, a recurring mention of a clock, always stuck at 3:07, a cat with mismatched eyes appearing at pivotal moments, a soft melody that characters heard in their dreams. These elements weaved a thread of continuity through the collection, hinting at a larger, hidden narrative. Compelled to delve even deeper, I spent days at the library, poring over historical records, old newspapers, and archives, trying to find any mention of the diary's author or any historical figure who might have lived a life parallel to my own. My search led me to an old census record, which mentioned a household in the same town, under the name of Marley, who had resided there 50 years ago. Driven by a mix of curiosity and desperation, I visited the address, only to find an old, abandoned house, its structure overgrown with ivy and its windows boarded up. The house radiated a sense of long-forgotten stories, and as I stood there, a sense of déjà vu washed over me. I had seen this house before, described in one of the stories from the book. Feeling as though I was being pulled along by an unseen thread, I returned to the library to consult Mrs. Whitmore once again. This time she seemed less surprised and more contemplative. She finally admitted that she knew of the Marley family and recalled a young woman from that family who had often frequented the library decades ago. She was a writer, Mrs. Whitmore recalled, always jotting down notes in a small leather diary, much like the one I had found. Armed with this new information, I returned to the old Marley house, determined to uncover more. Inside, I found remnants of a life once lived, the air thick with dust, furniture draped in tattered clothes, and old photographs scattered about. In the attic, under a loose floorboard, I discovered a box filled with old notebooks and diaries, including one that matched the description of my mysterious library book. The diary belonged to Eleanor Marley, and as I flipped through its pages, I realized that she had possessed a peculiar gift or curse of foresight. She had documented her visions, which included not only events from her own life, but also those of others, decades into the future. Her entries were sporadic, filled with confusion and a weary acceptance of her abilities. Eleanor's last entry was particularly striking. She wrote of her hope that someone would one day read her words and understand her life, someone who perhaps shared her strange gift. It was a direct acknowledgement of the connection between us, though how she knew of me, I couldn't fathom. As I closed the diary, the wind picked up outside, whistling through the broken windows, almost as if Eleanor's spirit was whispering through the house. I took the diary with me, leaving the rest of the house undisturbed, a shrine to a forgotten life and a forgotten life and a forgotten time. Back at home, I kept the diary and the leather-bound book together on my shelf, a tangible reminder of the mystery and magic that had briefly entered my life. Sometimes, when the light faded in the evening and the world grew quiet, I thought I could hear faint music or see a glimpse of a cat with mismatched eyes. Whether it was my imagination or something more, I couldn't say. But in those moments I felt a connection to Eleanor Marley, a woman who had reached across time to share her stories and her burdens with me. Story 24. Every evening, as the sky dimmed into twilight and the world settled into the quiet hum of nighttime, Eleanor noticed a shadow passing slowly across her bedroom ceiling. It was a curious thing, shapeless and fleeting, like the silhouette of a large bird flying over the moonlit water. She lived alone in an old house perched at the edge of a sleepy, windswept town, and the house creaked with the moans of age and solitude. At first, Eleanor paid this shadow little mind. She assumed it was cast by the branches of the old oak tree outside her window, swaying in the evening breeze. But as days turned into weeks, she noticed that the shadow appeared even on still nights when not a leaf stirred, and her curiosity grew. The shadow followed a consistent path, emerging from the corner of the room near her closet, gliding smoothly across the ceiling, and disappearing over the opposite wall. It was always at the same time, just as Eleanor prepared for bed. The routine became a part of her nightly ritual, waiting for the shadow as one might wait for a distant train's whistle in the still night. Then, one evening, everything changed. As Eleanor lay in bed watching the familiar shadow make its nightly journey, it suddenly stopped. It hovered directly above her, an amorphous darkness against the pale ceiling. Then it shifted, contracting and expanding as if looking down at her. A chill ran down Eleanor's spine, her heart thumping loudly in the silence of her room. Frozen with a mix of fear and fascination, Eleanor could only stare as the shadow remained stationary, its gaze fixed upon her. After what felt like an eternity but was likely only a few seconds, the shadow continued on its path and vanished into the wall, as it always did. The next day, Eleanor's mind was restless with questions. What was this shadow? Why had it stopped? Her scientific mind sought logical explanations, a trick of the light, perhaps, or her imagination fueled by the loneliness she often felt since her retirement. Yet the encounter left her uneasy, and she decided she needed to understand this phenomenon. She started by rearranging her bedroom, moving furniture to see if the shadow would be altered or obstructed. It was not. She replaced the curtains to rule out external light sources and even spent one evening outside to observe any possible movements that could explain the shadow. Nothing she tried provided any answers. Eleanor reached out to a local university, contacting a physics professor who specialized in light and optics. Dr. Hammond was intrigued by her description and agreed to visit her home with some sensing equipment to measure light and electromagnetic fields. When Dr. Hammond arrived, he set up his instruments and they waited for nightfall. The room was darker than usual, filled with the soft beeping of machines and the faint glow of LED displays. Like clockwork, the shadow appeared, initiating its crawl across the ceiling. This time, Eleanor wasn't alone. Dr. Hammond was witnessing it too, his brow furrowed in concentration. The equipment flickered and hummed, but as the shadow paused over them, much like it had with Eleanor alone, the sensors went wild, spiking in ways Dr. Hammond struggled to explain. It's as if he muttered, adjusting his glasses, "The shadow isn't just blocking light, it's absorbing it." The phenomenon baffled him, and he spent several weeks working with Eleanor, conducting experiments, trying to determine the nature of the shadow. Their efforts, however, yielded more questions than answers. One night, driven by a mix of desperation and scientific curiosity, Eleanor decided to speak to the shadow. It felt foolish, but part of her wondered if there might be a consciousness to it, something sentient. So as the shadow made its appearance, she asked aloud, "What are you? Why are you here?" To her astonishment, the shadow stopped as it had that first night. The room grew colder, and a soft, whispery voice filled the space, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "Lonely," it said. and the word echoed slightly, as if carried by a gentle wind. Dr. Hammond, present at the time, recorded the event, but the voice made no sound on playback. It was as if it had been meant only for human ears, or perhaps only for Eleanor's. The interactions grew over the following nights. The shadow never spoke more than a few words and was always vague, always fleeting, waiting cold. Dark Eleanor felt a strange kinship to it. It was lost, perhaps, or trapped, much as she felt in her secluded life. On a hunch, Eleanor researched the history of her house and discovered it had been built atop an old estate, long since demolished, that had belonged to a reclusive poet known for his melancholic verses about loneliness and the dark. Could this poet, with his sorrowful life and death, be linked to the shadow? Months passed, and Eleanor's relationship with the shadow evolved into something like companionship. She read poetry aloud at night, both her favorite works and those of the poet who had once lived on her land. And sometimes, just sometimes, she thought the air grew warmer, the shadow's edges softer. No definitive explanation was ever found, not even when Dr. Hammond published a paper on the peculiar phenomenon, positing theories about quantum shadows and imprints of emotion on physical spaces. But for Eleanor, the shadow had become a part of her life, a nightly visitor whose presence reminded her that in the vast tapestry of existence, everything has its place, and perhaps its own story to tell. Story 25. My fascination with old and peculiar items had always been a significant part of who I was, which explains why the ornate, antique mirror immediately caught my eye at the estate's sale. It was large, with an elaborate frame carved with intricate designs and darkened with age. The seller, an elderly woman whose husband had recently passed away, seemed eager to be rid of it. She mentioned it had been in her husband's family for generations but offered no other details. The mirror was striking, and despite the ominous aura that seemed to surround it, I purchased it without hesitation. After bringing the mirror home, I hung it on the wall opposite my bed. It fit perfectly into my room's vintage decor, its old-world charm adding depth to the modern blandness of the surrounding walls. That night, as I lay in bed, I glanced at the mirror across the room. The reflection showed my room, but it was subtly different. The walls were a shade darker, the pictures hung in different places, and the clutter of books beside my bed was absent. I blinked away my sleepiness, assuming my eyes were playing tricks on me. However, over the following days, the anomaly of the mirror began to reveal itself more clearly. At times, the room in the reflection remained unchanged. At other times, it was distinctly different, as if it were another version of my own room. I attributed these inconsistencies to the tricks of light, or perhaps my own overactive imagination. But then, I saw her, another version of me, living out her life on the other side of the glass. The first encounter was brief. I only caught a glimpse of her as she passed by the mirror in my room. She moved like me, and even the way she pushed her hair back from her face was familiar. I shook my head, refusing to believe what I was seeing. When I looked again, the mirror only showed my reflection staring back at me, confused and a bit frightened. Days passed, and I saw her more frequently. She seemed to be living a parallel life, mirroring my actions with uncanny precision, yet always with slight variations. It was both mesmerizing and unnerving to see someone else, another me, moving through a similar space, but in a distinctly different reality. Then one evening, as I sat reading by the lamp's soft light, I glanced up to see her staring directly at me. Her expression was one of desperation, and she was screaming, though no sound came through the glass. Her hands pounded against the mirror, her eyes wide with terror. My heart raced and I stood up abruptly, knocking over my chair. As quickly as she had appeared, she vanished, leaving me staring at my own shocked reflection in the mirror. Sleep became elusive after that incident. Driven by a mix of fear and a desperate need for answers, I started researching the mirror and its origins. My search led me to an old library in a neighboring town, where I found a reference to a mirror owned by a family with a notorious history of tragedy and unexplained events. The family had believed the mirror to be cursed, a portal to a parallel dimension where every action and decision spawned a new reality, creating infinite versions of themselves, some living out near identical lives, others veering off into vastly different circumstances. With each piece of history unearthed, the events I was experiencing began to form a clearer picture. The other me was not just a reflection, she was real, living in a dimension as tangible as my own, separated only by the thin veil of the mirror. Determined to communicate with her, to perhaps help her, I sat in front of the mirror for hours, watching and waiting. Eventually, she appeared again. This time I was ready. I pressed my hand against the glass, and to my astonishment, her hand met mine, the cold surface of the mirror seeming to melt away under our touch. Story 26. For as long as Thomas could remember, he had been a night owl. His job as a freelance writer meant he often worked into the early hours, his home office a quiet sanctuary lit only by the glow of his computer screen. It was during one of these late-night sessions that he first noticed his watch had stopped at 2:34 a.m. Initially, he brushed it off as a coincidence, thinking perhaps the battery was dying. But the following night, the same thing happened. At precisely 2:34 a.m., his watch stopped ticking. What struck Thomas as even stranger was the profound silence that accompanied it. The usual nocturnal sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing by, the distant bark of a dog ceased entirely. The world outside his window seemed perfectly still, as if time itself had come to a halt. On the third night, curiosity got the better of him. He waited, eyes fixed on his watch, anticipation building with each passing minute. When the hands reached 2:34 a.m., they froze. Thomas held his breath and listened. The silence was deafening. Slowly, he got up and walked to the window, peering out into the moonlit street. Everything was motionless, from the swaying branches of the old oak tree to the curtains fluttering in the neighbor's open window. Then he saw a shadowy figure standing at the end of the street. It was barely discernible at first, blending seamlessly with the darkness, but as Thomas squinted, he could make out its outline. The figure was tall and gaunt, cloaked in shadows that seemed to shift and writhe as if alive. Thomas's heart pounded in his chest as the figure began to move, gliding silently along the sidewalk, inching closer to his house. Panic set in, and he instinctively stepped back from the window, retreating to the relative safety of his office. He watched the figure's progress from behind a corner, anxiety gnawing at him. At precisely 2:35 a.m., the world sprang back to life. The sounds of the night resumed, his watch ticked forward, and the shadowy figure vanished. Thomas spent the rest of the night trying to make sense of what he had seen, but no explanation seemed adequate. Was it a trick of the light? His overactive imagination? Or something more sinister? The following night, Thomas decided to stay up again, this time prepared with a camera and a flashlight. He wanted to capture proof of the mysterious figure, something tangible he could analyze in the daylight. As 2:34 a.m. approached, he felt a knot of tension tighten in his stomach. The watch stopped, the world stilled, and Thomas took his position by the window, camera in hand. The shadowy figure appeared once more, now closer than before, its dark form gliding ever nearer to his house. Thomas snapped several photos, the flash cutting through the darkness, but the figure seemed unaffected. It continued its slow, deliberate approach until it reached the edge of his front yard. Thomas's breath caught in his throat as the figure stopped and looked directly at him, its eyes, if it had any, hidden in the depths of its shadowy visage. He couldn't move, couldn't tear his gaze away. The figure raised an arm, pointing towards him, and Thomas felt an icy chill wash over him. Just as the terror threatened to overwhelm him, the clock struck 2:35 a.m., and the world resumed its natural rhythm. The figure disappeared, leaving Thomas trembling and drenched in cold sweat. Reviewing the photos, Thomas was disappointed but not surprised to find them blurry and indistinct. The figure appeared as a smudge, an anomaly that could be easily dismissed by anyone who hadn't experienced the eerie phenomenon firsthand. Determined to find answers, he delved into research, scouring old books, online forums, and local legends for any hint of what he might be dealing with. One night, while poring over an old tome in the dim light of his office, Thomas stumbled upon a reference to the hour of the shadow according to the text. There was a rare phenomenon where time could momentarily freeze, allowing entities from another realm to cross into our world. These entities, known as shadow walkers, were said to be drawn to individuals who had become attuned to their presence. The more he read, the more he felt a sense of unease. The descriptions matched his experiences too closely to be mere coincidence. It seemed he had somehow become a beacon for one of these shadow walkers, its nightly approach a grim reminder of its presence. With a mix of dread and resolve, Thomas decided he needed to confront the entity. On the seventh night, armed with his camera, flashlight, and a sense of determination, he waited for 2:34 a.m. As the watch stopped and the world stilled, he stepped outside, facing the darkness head-on. The shadowy figure was there, waiting at the edge of his yard. Thomas's heart raced, but he forced himself to move forward, closing the distance between them. "What do you want?" he called out, his voice trembling but steady. The figure paused, then slowly raised its arm, pointing past Thomas towards his house. Confused, Thomas turned to look and saw nothing unusual. When he turned back, the figure was gone and the world resumed its normal pace. His watch ticked to 2:35 a.m., and the sounds of the night returned. Determined to uncover the figure's meaning, Thomas combed through every corner of his house over the next few days. He checked the basement, the attic, and every hidden nook. In the attic, behind a pile of old boxes, he found a small, dusty journal that belonged to the previous owner of the house. The journal chronicled a similar experience, a shadowy figure that appeared at 2:34 a.m., drawing closer each night. The previous owner had written about the fear and the mysterious entity pointing towards the house. The final entry was chilling. "Tonight, I must face it. I fear what lies within." Armed with this knowledge, Thomas realized the figure wasn't pointing at the house but rather at something within it. He scoured the journal for clues and found a reference to an old, sealed-off room in the basement. With a crowbar and flashlight, he pried open the hidden door and stepped inside. Story 27. The day I discovered the drawing was a rainy Saturday, one of those dreary afternoons perfect for sorting through old boxes in the attic. I had recently moved back into my childhood home after my parents retired to a quieter life in the countryside, and the house was filled with decades of memories, both mine and theirs. I found the drawing tucked away in a dusty box labeled Emily's artwork. As I sifted through my childhood drawings, a sense of nostalgia washed over me. There were crayon masterpieces of stick figures, animals, and various renditions of my family. Then, I came across a drawing that stopped me in my tracks. It depicted a young girl and me standing side by side, holding hands with bright smiles on our faces. The girl had curly hair and bright green eyes, and written at the bottom in my childish handwriting were the words "Me and Sarah, best friends forever." The name Sarah didn't ring any bells. Puzzled, I took the drawing downstairs to my mother, who was sitting in the kitchen enjoying her tea. "Mom, do you remember this girl?" I asked, showing her the picture. She peered at the drawing for a moment, then looked up at me with a furrowed brow. "Sarah? I don't remember you having a friend named Sarah. Are you sure you drew this?" "Yes, it was in a box with my other drawings. But I don't remember her at all." My mother shrugged. Children have imaginary friends sometimes. Maybe Sarah was just a figment of your imagination. That explanation seemed plausible, but something about it didn't sit right with me. I decided to dig a little deeper. I called a few childhood friends, people who had known me back then, and asked them about Sarah. None of them remembered her. They all said the same thing, Emily, you never had a friend named Sarah. The more people I asked, the stranger it became. There were no photographs of Sarah, no mention of her in my diaries, nothing to suggest she had ever existed beyond that single drawing. Yet the image of her face, the details of her curly hair and green eyes, felt vividly familiar. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was more than just a product of my imagination. Determined to find some answers, I visited the local library and combed through old yearbooks and school records. After hours of searching, I found nothing. There was no record of a Sarah with green eyes and curly hair in my school or in the neighborhood. Frustrated and disheartened, I was about to give up when an old librarian approached me. "Can I help you find something?" she asked kindly. I explained my situation, showing her the drawing and telling her about my fruitless search. She looked at the drawing thoughtfully before speaking. "You know, sometimes memories can be tricky. They can hide things from us, especially if they're painful or confusing." Her words struck a chord with me. What if Sarah was a part of my past that I had buried deep within my subconscious? I decided to visit my childhood therapist, Dr. Reynolds, hoping she might have some insights. Dr. Reynolds welcomed me warmly and listened patiently as I recounted my story and showed her the drawing. She studied it carefully, her face thoughtful. "It's not uncommon for children to have vivid imaginations," she began. "But the level of detail in this drawing suggests that Sarah was very real to you at one point." She suggested a few sessions of hypnotherapy to try and uncover any repressed memories. Eager for answers, I agreed. Over the next few weeks, I underwent several sessions, each one peeling back layers of forgotten memories. During one particularly intense session, a memory emerged. I was 6 years old, playing in the backyard. Sarah was there, laughing and running around with me. We were inseparable, sharing secrets and dreams. Then, the memory darkened. Sarah had moved away suddenly, without any explanation. The pain of losing her had been so intense that my young mind had buried the memory to protect itself. Story 28. It was a cold, misty night when I found myself at the old train station, waiting for the last train home. The platform was deserted, the air filled with an eerie silence broken only by the occasional distant hoot of an owl. I shivered, pulling my coat tighter around me, and checked my watch. The train was running late. As the minutes ticked by, I noticed an old-fashioned train pull into the station. It wasn't the usual modern commuter train, but a relic from another era, with sleek black carriages and golden trim that gleamed under the dim station lights. A sign on the front read Midnight Express. I hadn't heard of this train before, but I was tired and eager to get home. I boarded the train, the doors hissing shut behind me. Inside, the train was warm and inviting, with plush red velvet seats and mahogany paneling. The passengers were scattered throughout the carriages, each engrossed in their own world. Some read newspapers, others chatted quietly, and a few stared out of the windows at the passing darkness. I found an empty seat near the back and settled in, grateful for the warmth and comfort. As the train started to move, I pulled out my book, hoping to pass the time. But something felt off. The train's motion was smooth and rhythmic, almost hypnotic, and the further we traveled, the more I noticed an unsettling calm among the passengers. No one seemed concerned about the journey or where we were headed. I decided to ask the conductor about our destination. I made my way to the front of the carriage, where the conductor, A tall man with a stern expression and a neatly trimmed beard was standing. "Excuse me," I said, "can you tell me when the next stop is?" He looked at me with a bemused smile. "The next stop? This train doesn't stop, sir. It's the Midnight Express. It runs continuously." I stared at him, puzzled. "What do you mean, it doesn't stop? How did the passengers get off?" "They don't," he replied calmly. "Everyone on this train is here for the journey." I returned to my seat, his words echoing in my mind. The train doesn't stop. How could that be? I looked around at the other passengers, trying to gauge their reactions, but they seemed completely at ease, as if this endless journey was the most natural thing in the world. Hours passed, and the landscape outside the window remained shrouded in darkness. There were no signs of towns or stations, just an endless expanse of night. I tried to sleep, but my mind was restless, filled with questions and a growing sense of unease. The rhythmic clatter of the train on the tracks became a constant, unsettling presence. Eventually, I struck up a conversation with the man sitting across from me, a kindly old gentleman with a twinkle in his eye. "Excuse me," I began, "how long have you been on this train?" He chuckled softly. "Longer than I can remember. Time doesn't seem to matter much here." "But don't you want to get off? Don't you have somewhere to be?" He shook his head. "We all boarded this train for different reasons. Some of us were lost, others were looking for something. But once you're on, the journey becomes your destination." His words sent a chill down my spine. I glanced around the carriage, at the serene faces of the passengers, and realized they had all accepted their fate. They were content to travel endlessly, never reaching a destination. I couldn't accept that. I had a life, a home, and people who would be worried about me. I needed to find a way off this train. Desperation gnawed at me as I made my way through the carriages, searching for an exit or an emergency stop. But there were no doors, no windows that could be opened, no way to communicate with the outside world. As the train sped on through the endless night, I found myself growing weary, my resolve weakening. The gentle sway of the carriage, the warmth, and the pervasive calm of the passengers began to lull me into a strange sense of acceptance. Perhaps this journey wasn't so bad after all. Perhaps it was easier to let go, to surrender to the endless voyage. But then, in a moment of clarity, I remembered my life outside the people I loved, the dreams I had yet to fulfill. I couldn't stay on this train forever. With renewed determination, I approached the conductor again. "There has to be a way off this train," I insisted. He studied me for a moment before nodding slowly. "Very well," he said. "Follow me." He led me to a small, dimly lit compartment at the very back of the train. There, a single door stood slightly ajar, the outside darkness beckoning. "This is your chance," the conductor said. "But remember, once you leave, there's no coming back." I took a deep breath and stepped through the door. The cold night air hit me like a wall, and I found myself standing on solid ground, watching as the Midnight Express vanished into the distance, its lights flickering out one by one. I was alone, but free. The train that never stopped had released me, and I knew I had been given a second chance to live my life. As I walked towards the faint lights of a distant town, I felt a sense of hope and determination. The endless journey had ended, and a new one was about to begin. Story 29. It was a rainy Sunday afternoon when I decided to tackle the mess of forgotten items in the attic. Among the dusty boxes and cobwebbed corners, I came across an old, beat-up cell phone. It was a model I hadn't seen in years, its plastic casing scratched and the buttons slightly worn. Curious, I turned it on, surprised to see it still had some battery life left. The phone buzzed to life, displaying a series of text messages. I scrolled through them, expecting to find old conversations or perhaps a few saved photos. Instead, I found something far more disturbing. The messages were all from an unknown number, but they had one thing in common: they were all signed with my name and dated years into the future. The first message read, "Emily, it's me. Don't go to the grocery store on May 12th. There's going to be an accident. Trust me." The date on the message was 3 years from now. My heart raced as I read the next one. "Emily, avoid Highway 5 on September 22nd. Serious pileup. You won't make it." I sat down heavily on an old trunk, my mind spinning. These messages were warnings, all signed with my name, as if I had sent them to myself from the future. It was absurd, yet the specificity of the dates and the events described made it hard to dismiss as a prank. The phone buzzed again in my hand, startling me. A new message had come through, dated 2 years from today. "Emily, don't ignore this. The messages are real. You need to stay away from the park on July 14th. Something terrible will happen." I dropped the phone, my fingers tingling with fear. How could this be happening? I had never seen this phone before, and yet it seemed to be a lifeline from my future self, a desperate attempt to prevent disasters. I picked up the phone again, staring at the screen as if it held all the answers. Was this some sort of elaborate hoax? But who would go to such lengths? Determined to get to the bottom of this mystery, I decided to test the messages. I marked the dates in my calendar, making a note to avoid the places and situations mentioned. The first date was just a few weeks away, the grocery store on May 12th. I made a conscious effort to steer clear of the store that day, opting instead to shop at a different location. The following morning, the news reported a tragic accident at the grocery store. A car had lost control and crashed through the front, injuring several people. My blood ran cold as I realized the message had been accurate. It wasn't a prank. Somehow, these messages were real. Over the next few months, I continued to receive warnings. Each time I followed the advice, and each time I was spared from some form of disaster. The messages became a lifeline, guiding me through potential dangers. But with each warning, I grew more curious about the source. How was my future self sending these messages, and why? I began researching everything I could about time travel, quantum mechanics, and any other theories that might explain the phenomenon. I contacted experts, joined online forums, and read countless articles and books. Despite my efforts, I found no concrete answers. The mystery of the cell phone and its messages remained unsolved. One evening, while sifting through old family photographs in the attic, I stumbled upon a picture that caught my eye. It was of my grandfather, taken long before I was born. He was standing in front of a peculiar machine, his hand resting on what looked like an early prototype of a computer. The machine had a strange resemblance to the cell phone I had found. My grandfather had been an inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and devices. Could he have created something that allowed for communication across time? I dug deeper into my grandfather's journals, kept in a box in the attic. Among the technical diagrams and handwritten notes, I found references to a project he called Chronolink. It seemed to describe a device designed to send messages through time, using some form of quantum entanglement. The concept was far beyond my understanding, but it hinted at the possibility that my grandfather had succeeded in creating a bridge between different points in time. The pieces began to fit together. My grandfather's invention, the cell phone, and the messages all connected. He must have built the device with the intention of protecting his family from future harm. Somehow, my future self had discovered the phone and used it to send warnings back in time. Armed with this knowledge, I felt a newfound sense of responsibility. I couldn't ignore the messages or dismiss them as mere curiosities. They were a gift from my future self, a means to navigate the treacherous waters of fate. As the years went by, the messages continued. They guided me through life's challenges and dangers, ensuring my safety and well-being. I learned to trust in the mysterious connection between past and future, accepting the help of my future self as a guardian angel watching over me. Then, one day I received a message that shook me to my core. Emily, this is the last warning. On December 31st at midnight, you must be at the lighthouse. All will be revealed. Trust me. The date was a few weeks away. I felt a mix of anticipation and dread as I prepared for the final message. When the day arrived, I made my way to the lighthouse, a place that had always held a special significance for me. The wind was cold, and the sea roared below as I climbed the steps to the top. As the clock struck midnight, the phone buzzed in my hand one last time. The message was simple: look out to the sea. I stepped out onto the balcony and looked out over the dark, turbulent waters. In the distance, a faint light appeared, growing brighter as it approached. It was a small boat making its way toward the lighthouse. As it drew closer, I saw a figure standing at the helm, waving. It was me, older, wiser, and carrying the same phone. The boat docked, and my future self climbed the steps to join me. We stood there, face to face, separated by years yet connected by the same purpose. She handed me a letter, her eyes filled with understanding and compassion. "Read this when you get home," she said softly. "It will explain everything." With that, she returned to the boat and sailed away, disappearing into the night. I stood there, clutching the letter, feeling a profound sense of closure. Back home, I opened the letter. It detailed the creation of the chronolink, the reasons for the messages, and the hope that one day I would continue the legacy of protecting those I loved. It was a guide, a map for navigating the unknown future. From that day on, I embraced the responsibility of the cell phone and its messages. I used them not only to protect myself but also to help others, ensuring that the knowledge and wisdom of the future would always be a guiding light in the darkness. The cell phone had become more than just a link to the future. It was a testament to the enduring power of love and the unbreakable bond between past, present, and future. Story 30. I had been searching for an affordable car for weeks when I finally stumbled upon a classified ad for an old sedan at an incredibly low price. It was a 1995 Toyota Camry, not exactly stylish but known for reliability. The ad mentioned a few quirks but nothing major. Eager to seal the deal, I contacted the seller and arranged to meet at a nearby parking lot. The car was worn but serviceable, its paint faded and a few dents here and there. The seller, a wiry man in his 50s with tired eyes, handed me the keys with a strange, almost relieved expression. "Good luck," he muttered as he pocketed the cash and walked away. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was just happy to have found a car that fit my budget. After a quick inspection, I climbed in and adjusted the seat. The car started up smoothly enough, and I drove it home, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It wasn't until later that evening that I discovered the diary in the glove box. I was cleaning out the car, getting rid of old receipts and bits of trash, when my fingers brushed against the leather-bound book. Curious, I opened it and began to read. The entries spanned several years, written in a neat, flowing script. The diary's author was someone named Lucy, and she seemed to have loved this car dearly. The early entries were filled with mundane details about her daily commutes and road trips with friends. But as I read on, the tone began to shift. I heard the noises again last night. At first I thought it was just the wind, but now I'm not so sure. There's a faint whispering, like someone trying to speak just beyond my hearing. A chill ran down my spine. I continued reading, each entry more unsettling than the last. The car stalls at the strangest times. I've taken it to the mechanic, but they can't find anything wrong. And the whispering, it's getting louder. I saw them tonight, shadowy figures in the rearview mirror. They were there for a split second, then gone. I don't know what to do. The final entry was dated just a few weeks before I bought the car. I hope you can outrun them. I'm so sorry for what's coming. They're always watching, always waiting. I can't take it anymore. I slammed the diary shut, my heart pounding. This had to be a joke, right? Some elaborate prank to mess with the next owner. But as night fell, I found myself increasingly on edge. The thought of driving the car made my skin crawl, yet I couldn't let fear get the better of me. The next morning, I decided to drive to work as usual. The car felt different now, the air inside heavy with tension. I turned on the radio to distract myself, but static filled the speakers, interspersed with faint whispers. I quickly turned it off, gripping the steering wheel tighter. As I drove, I glanced at the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw a shadow flicker in the back seat, but when I turned around, the car was empty. I laughed nervously, trying to shake off the paranoia. The stalling began just as Lucy had described. At first, it was infrequent, but by the end of the week, the car would sputter and die at the most inconvenient times. Mechanics found nothing wrong, but I couldn't ignore the mounting evidence that something was terribly amiss. One night, as I was driving home on a deserted road, the car stalled again. I cursed under my breath, pulling over to the side. The engine refused to start, and the night seemed to press in around me, thick with silence. Then I heard it, the whispering, clear and insistent. Panicking, I fumbled for my phone to call for help. The screen was dead, as if drained of power. The air grew colder, and shadows began to move in the periphery of my vision. I locked the doors, my breath fogging up the windows. The shadows grew bolder, coalescing into vaguely human shapes. They pressed against the windows, their faces indistinct but menacing. I could hear their voices now, a cacophony of threats and pleas. Run. Leave. Desperation surged through me. I turned the key in the ignition one last time, and miraculously, the engine roared to life. I didn't question it, I just drove, speeding down the dark road, the shadowy figures fading into the distance. When I finally reached home, I was shaking. I knew I couldn't keep the car. Whatever haunted it was beyond my understanding, and I wasn't willing to find out more. The next morning, I put up an ad online, pricing the car to sell quickly. A young college student came to check it out. She seemed thrilled with the price and condition, and I hesitated, a pang of guilt twisting in my gut. But I needed to be rid of it. I handed her the keys, warning her only to be careful and take it to a mechanic for a thorough check. As she drove away, I felt a strange mix of relief and regret. I hoped she wouldn't experience what I had, but deep down I feared for her. That night I couldn't sleep, my mind replaying the eerie events over and over. A week later, I received an email from the student. She had found the diary in the glove box and wanted to know if I knew anything about the last entry. My heart sank as I read her message, but I couldn't bring myself to reply. What could I say? That I'd sold her a haunted car. Months passed, and I tried to forget about the car and the terror it brought. But sometimes, late at night, I'd hear the faint whispering in the wind, catch a fleeting shadow in the corner of my eye. The fear never fully left me, a reminder of the haunted car and the ominous warning in Lucy's diary. I learned to live with the unease, hoping that wherever the car was now, its new owner had found a way to outrun them. Story 31. The day I moved into my new apartment on the 11th floor, I was filled with a sense of accomplishment. It was a small but cozy place in the heart of the city, and the view from the living room window was breathtaking. I could see the city lights twinkling like stars below, a vibrant contrast to the dark, expansive sky above. It felt like a fresh start, a place where I could finally settle and leave behind the stress of the past year. However, my excitement was short-lived. The first night, as I was unpacking boxes, I glanced at the window and saw something that made my blood run cold. There, just beyond the glass, was a face. It was pale, with hollow eyes and a gaunt expression, staring intently at me. I gasped and stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. When I looked again, the face was gone. I tried to convince myself that it was just a trick of the light or a reflection from the neighboring building. But as the nights passed, the face kept reappearing. Always around midnight, always staring with the same intense, haunting eyes. The most unnerving part was that I lived on the 11th floor. There was no balcony outside my window, and no ledge wide enough for someone to stand on. Yet the face was undeniably there, watching me. One night, determined to prove it was my imagination, I stayed up with my phone, ready to capture the face on camera. At the stroke of midnight, it appeared again. I snapped a photo, my hands shaking. When I checked the picture, my heart sank. The face was there, clear as day, its hollow eyes seemingly peering into my soul. Unable to sleep, I began researching the building's history, desperate for an explanation. I discovered that the apartment complex had been built on the site of an old hotel that had burned down many years ago. The fire had claimed several lives, including that of a reclusive man named Victor, who was said to have stayed in the hotel's upper floors. Driven by fear and curiosity, I decided to dig deeper into Victor's past. I visited the local library and combed through old newspapers and archives. I learned that Victor had been a wealthy but eccentric man who rarely ventured outside. Rumor had it that he was involved in the occult, dabbling in dark rituals and summoning spirits. His body was never found after the fire, leading to speculation that his spirit might still linger, trapped between worlds. As the weeks went by, the face continued to haunt my nights. I grew increasingly sleep-deprived, my nerves frayed by the constant presence at my window. I reached out to my neighbors, hoping they might have experienced something similar, but none of them had seen anything unusual. They looked at me with a mix of concern and skepticism, suggesting that stress or exhaustion might be playing tricks on my mind. Desperate for help, I contacted a paranormal investigator named Dr. Alan Whitaker. He had a reputation for solving mysterious hauntings and had written several books on the subject. When I described my situation, he agreed to visit my apartment and conduct an investigation. Dr. Whitaker arrived one evening, carrying a bag of equipment. He set up cameras, motion sensors, and other devices around the apartment, explaining that they would help detect any supernatural activity. As midnight approached, we sat in the living room, waiting in tense silence. At the stroke of midnight, the face appeared once more. The cameras captured it. The sensors detected an inexplicable drop in temperature, and Dr. Whitaker's equipment recorded faint, eerie whispers. He looked at me, his expression grave. "There's definitely a presence here," he said, "and it's not friendly." Dr. Whitaker suggested that Victor's spirit might be bound to the site, unable to move on due to unfinished business or a lingering attachment to the physical world. He proposed a cleansing ritual to help release the spirit and bring peace to the apartment. With my consent, he began the preparations. The following night, Dr. Whitaker performed the ritual. He lit candles, burned sage, and chanted incantations in a language I couldn't understand. The air grew thick with the scent of herbs and the sound of his voice echoed through the room. As he continued, the temperature dropped sharply, and the whispers grew louder, more urgent. Suddenly the face appeared again, but this time it seemed more solid, more real. Dr. Whitaker continued his chant, his voice rising in intensity. the face contorted in anger, its hollow eyes blazing with an unearthly light. I felt a chill run down my spine as the room filled with a palpable sense of malevolence. Then, just as abruptly as it had begun, the ritual ended. The candles flickered out, the whispers ceased, and the temperature returned to normal. The face was gone, leaving only the lingering scent of sage and the faint echo of Dr. Whitaker's voice. In the days that followed, the face did not reappear. My apartment felt lighter, as if a dark cloud had been lifted. I slept soundly for the first time in weeks, the oppressive presence no longer haunting my nights. Dr. Whitaker checked in periodically, reassuring me that the cleansing had been successful. Story 32. There was a statue in the old city park that had been there for as long as anyone could remember. It stood on a pedestal, depicting a woman draped in a flowing gown, her face turned upwards as if beseeching the heavens. By day, it was a beautiful, if somewhat unremarkable, piece of art. But by night, especially at the stroke of midnight, it became something altogether different. For generations, the townsfolk spoke in hushed tones about the statue. They said that if you were in the park at midnight, you would see it cry real tears. More unsettling, it whispered names as people walked by, names of those who had passed on or those yet to face their doom. Few had dared to witness this phenomenon firsthand, and those who did rarely spoke of what they saw. One crisp autumn evening, Emily, a curious and adventurous young woman, decided she had to see the statue for herself. She had grown up hearing the legends and stories but had never given them much credence. With a mix of skepticism and excitement, she made her way to the park as the clock neared midnight. The park was eerily quiet, the usual daytime sounds of children playing and birds singing replaced by the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. Emily's footsteps echoed on the cobblestone path as she approached the statue, her breath visible in the cool night air. As the clock struck midnight, Emily stood before the statue, her eyes locked on its serene face. At first, nothing happened. She began to feel foolish, thinking she had been taken in by old wives' tales. But then she saw a glistening tear rolling down the statue's marble cheek. Her heart raced as she watched more tears follow, each one shimmering in the moonlight. The air grew colder, and Emily felt a chill run down her spine. She strained to hear the whispers, her ears pricked for any sound. At first, there was only the rustling of leaves, but then she heard it a soft, almost inaudible murmur. The statue was whispering names. Emily's name was the first she heard, clear and unmistakable. Then it whispered names she didn't recognize, but they all sounded so real, so poignant. She felt an inexplicable urge to write them down, to remember each one. The next day, Emily couldn't shake the experience. She tried to go about her daily routine, but the names echoed in her mind. She decided to return to the park the following night, hoping to understand more about the crying statue. This time she brought a notebook and a flashlight. As midnight approached, she took her place before the statue once more. The tears came again, and so did the whispers. She wrote down each name, determined to uncover their significance. Over the following weeks, Emily spent countless nights at the statue, her notebook filling with names. Determined to find answers, Emily began to research the names. She pored over old town records, obituaries, and historical documents. What she found was both fascinating and disturbing. Many of the names belonged to people who had lived in the town generations ago, individuals who had died under mysterious or tragic circumstances. Some were recent, people who had passed away in the last few years. Others were even more unsettling, names of people who were still alive. Emily's investigation led her to the town's historical society, where she met an elderly historian named Mr. Thompson. He had lived in the town his entire life and knew more about its history than anyone else. When Emily showed him her notebook, his face grew pale. "This statue has been here for centuries, mister," Thompson said, his voice trembling. "It was created by a sculptor named Aleister Gray. He was an eccentric man, obsessed with the idea of capturing the soul in his art. Legend has it that he made a pact with dark forces to imbue his creation with a piece of his own spirit. Since then, it's said the statue weeps for the souls it has taken and those it will take." "Mister." Thompson explained that the names the statue whispered were those who had died, were dying, or were marked for death. It was a harbinger of mortality, its tears a symbol of sorrow for the lives it touched. Story 33. The house had always been a dream come true, a beautiful Victorian-style mansion that had stood the test of time. When my partner and I moved in, we were enchanted by its antique charm and the sense of history embedded in its walls. We spent weeks exploring every nook and cranny, but one rainy afternoon we stumbled upon something we had never seen before, a hidden room. We were rearranging the furniture in the guest bedroom when I noticed a draft coming from behind an old bookshelf. Curious, I pushed the shelf aside, revealing a small, narrow door. It was strange that we had never noticed it before, and the floor plans didn't indicate any extra rooms. The door was old and slightly warped, as if it had been there for decades. With a sense of adventure and a bit of trepidation, I turned the rusted handle and opened it. The room beyond was dark and musty, with a faint smell of decay. I fumbled for a light switch, but there was none. Using the flashlight on my phone, I illuminated the space, revealing walls covered with photographs. My heart skipped a beat as I realized what I was looking at: pictures of me, taken from various angles and distances, in places I frequented regularly. There were photos of me walking to work, shopping at the grocery store, even sitting in my living room, completely unaware of the camera that had captured me. The photographs were arranged meticulously, covering every inch of the walls. Some were old and yellowed with age, while others seemed more recent, their colors still vibrant. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at my own face, frozen in moments of mundane activity, completely oblivious to the fact that I was being watched. "Anna, you need to see this," I called out, my voice trembling. My partner, Anna, hurried over, her eyes widening in shock as she took in the sight. "What the hell is this?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know, but it looks like someone has been watching me for a long time," I replied, my mind racing with questions. Who had taken these photos? How had they managed to remain undetected for so long? And most importantly, why? We spent hours in the hidden room, examining each photograph, searching for clues. The more we looked, the more unsettling it became. Some of the photos dated back several years, indicating that whoever had taken them had been watching me long before we moved into this house. A creeping sense of dread settled over us as we realized that this wasn't just a casual intrusion, it was an obsession. Anna suggested we call the police, but I hesitated. There was something deeply personal about this invasion of privacy, and I feared what the investigation might uncover. Nevertheless, we agreed it was the safest course of action. The police arrived and conducted a thorough search of the house and the hidden room. They took the photographs as evidence and promised to keep us informed. The days that followed were filled with anxiety and paranoia. Every creak of the old house, every shadow cast by the flickering candlelight, seemed to hold a threat. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even though the hidden room had been sealed off and the police had assured us they found no evidence of recent intrusions. One evening, as I was going through some old family albums in the hope of distracting myself, I found a photograph that made my blood run cold. It was a picture of me as a child, playing in the yard of my childhood home. Standing in the background, partially obscured by a tree, was a figure that looked eerily familiar, an older man with a weathered face and a cold, calculating gaze. It was the same face I had seen in some of the photographs from the hidden room. I showed the photograph to Anna, and we both realized with a sinking feeling that this man had been following me for most of my life. It wasn't just an obsession, it was a lifelong pursuit. But why? What did he want from me? Determined to find answers, I delved into my family's history, searching for any connection to this mysterious figure. My parents had passed away years ago, and my relatives had little information to offer. I combed through old letters, diaries, and public records, but nothing seemed to connect to this man. One night I received a call from the police. They had identified the man in the photographs. His name was Samuel, and he had been a private investigator. But the most chilling revelation was yet to come. Samuel had been hired by my biological father, a man I had never known. My mother had left him before I was born, and he had spent his life trying to find us. According to the police, Samuel had continued his search even after my father passed away, driven by a sense of duty and perhaps an unhealthy obsession with completing his mission. The hidden room had been his surveillance hub, meticulously documenting my life to fulfill his client's dying wish. With this new information, the pieces of the puzzle finally began to fit together. It was a twisted form of protection, born out of a father's desperate need to watch over the child he never met. But knowing the reason behind the surveillance did little to ease my discomfort. We decided to move out of the house, unable to live with the memories and the invasion of privacy that had occurred. The hidden room was sealed permanently, a dark chapter closed but not forgotten. In our new home, far from the shadows of the past, we tried to rebuild our lives. The experience left a lasting mark on me, a constant reminder of the unseen forces that can shape our lives. While the face at the window no longer haunted my nights, the scars of that discovery remained, a silent testament to the hidden room and the secrets it held. Story 34. It started with a soft murmur, barely audible over the nighttime noises of the house settling and the distant hum of traffic. At first, Jane thought it was just her imagination, a trick of the mind as she lay in bed, the room bathed in the dim glow of the streetlight outside. But as the nights went by, the whispers from her closet became impossible to ignore. The whispers were low and rhythmic, like a chant, but the words were indistinct. Jane strained to make them out, but they seemed to slip away, just beyond the edge of comprehension. Each night, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling her with a growing sense of dread. By the end of the first week, Jane was losing sleep. She found herself staying up later, avoiding her bedroom until she was too exhausted to keep her eyes open. Even then, the whispers would rouse her from the edge of sleep, a soft, persistent noise that set her heart racing. She tried to ignore it, to rationalize it as the house settling, or a distant conversation carried on the wind, but deep down, she knew it was coming from the closet. One night, as the whispers reached a fever pitch, Jane decided she had to do something. She couldn't continue living in fear, dreading the night and the whispers that seemed to grow louder with each passing hour. Gathering her courage, she grabbed a flashlight from her bedside table and crept towards the closet. Her hand trembled as she reached for the doorknob. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, as if aware of her approach. She hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest, then flung the door open and shone the flashlight into the darkness. The closet was empty, just a row of hanging clothes and a few boxes stacked neatly on the floor. But the whispers didn't stop. They seemed to fill the small space, swirling around her, echoing off the walls. Jane backed away, feeling the weight of unseen eyes upon her. She slammed the door shut and stumbled back to her bed, the whispers still ringing in her ears. The next day, Jane confided in her friend Emily, who listened with a mixture of concern and skepticism. "Maybe it's just stress," Emily suggested. You've been working a lot lately. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us when we're tired." Jane wanted to believe her friend, but the whispers felt too real, too insistent to be just a figment of her imagination. That evening, determined to find a rational explanation, she set up her phone to record the sounds coming from the closet. She hoped that by capturing the whispers, she could prove to herself that it was just her mind playing tricks. As midnight approached, Jane lay in bed, her phone recording on the nightstand. The whispers began, soft at first, then growing louder, more distinct. She forced herself to listen, to try and make out the words. It was then that she realized the whispers were counting down. A chill ran down her spine as the numbers continued, a relentless countdown to something she dreaded to discover. She wanted to stop the recording, to turn on the lights and banish the darkness, but fear held her in place. The whispers grew louder, more frenzied, as if whatever was in the closet was drawing closer, feeding off her fear. Jane felt a cold sweat break out on her skin, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed her phone, her fingers fumbling as she stopped the recording and turned on the flashlight app. A beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the closet door. Jane threw open the closet door, the flashlight shaking in her trembling hand. The whispers stopped abruptly, the silence deafening. The closet was empty, just as it had been before. But Jane couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there, something waiting for the countdown to end. She reviewed the recording the next morning, her heart pounding as she listened to the whispers counting down. It was clear and unmistakable, the same countdown she had heard in the room. She showed the recording to Emily, who listened with wide eyes. "This is creepy," Emily admitted, her skepticism giving way to concern. "Maybe you should talk to someone, like a therapist or a paranormal investigator. This isn't something you should handle alone." Jane nodded, grateful for her friend's support. She decided to reach out to a local paranormal investigator named David, who had a reputation for dealing with strange occurrences. When she explained her situation, David agreed to visit her home that evening. As night fell, David set up his equipment, placing sensors and cameras around Jane's bedroom. He instructed her to act as she normally would, while he monitored the readings from the living room. Jane felt a mix of anxiety and hope, praying that David would find an explanation for the whispers. At midnight, the whispers began again. Jane lay in bed, her heart pounding as the countdown started. David watched the monitors, his expression growing more serious as the numbers continued. The equipment registered fluctuations in temperature and electromagnetic fields, but nothing definitive. Story 35. Every morning, the fog on my bathroom mirror reveals a message. The first time it happened, I was more curious than alarmed. "Turn off the stove," it read, the letters forming as if by an unseen finger. I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, perhaps the result of a restless night. I wiped the mirror clean, went downstairs, and found the stove burner still on. Unease settled in the pit of my stomach, but I chalked it up to a lucky coincidence. The messages continued, each one more specific and ominous than the last. "Check the basement door, avoid Elm Street, don't trust him initially." They were innocuous enough, small warnings that, while strange, seemed to have my safety in mind. The message would appear, I would follow the advice, and some minor mishap would be averted. A forgotten candle extinguished, a potential car accident avoided, a dubious salesman turned away. As weeks turned into months, the messages grew more personal. "Ask Jane about her trip, call your mother, take the day off." These seemed to protect me from emotional harm as well. Jane had been hiding a deep sadness about her recent breakup. My mother was diagnosed with a mild illness she hadn't mentioned, and the day I took off work, a minor gas leak had occurred in the building. Despite the benevolence of the messages, their appearance unnerved me. I began to question their origin. Was someone watching me? Was it a supernatural phenomenon? My initial curiosity had morphed into a mix of dependency and paranoia. Each morning I found myself waiting, almost desperately, for the message to appear, scanning the foggy glass with anxious eyes. One cold November morning, a particularly chilling message appeared: "Stay home today." My first instinct was to ignore it. I had an important presentation at work, one I couldn't afford to miss. But the letters seemed to pulse with urgency, and a sense of dread filled my heart. Reluctantly, I called in sick and settled onto the couch with a book, glancing occasionally at the window, half expecting some catastrophic event. Nothing happened. The day passed uneventfully, and by evening I felt foolish for having let the message dictate my actions. I went to bed, determined to ignore any future messages. The next morning, however, the message on the mirror froze my blood. "He's coming." It was vague yet terrifying. Who was coming? What did they want? I barricaded myself in my house, heart pounding with every creak and groan of the old wood. Hours passed with no sign of an intruder. Just as I began to relax, the doorbell rang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Through the peephole, I saw a delivery man holding a package. He looked ordinary, but the message's warning echoed in my mind. I didn't answer. The man eventually left, and I retrieved the package from the porch later, hands trembling. Inside was a book one had ordered weeks ago. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, haunted by the fear that something terrible was looming. When I did manage to drift off, I dreamt of a shadowy figure creeping through my house, leaving messages on every reflective surface. The next morning, I almost didn't go to the bathroom, afraid of what I might see. But the compulsion was too strong. I needed to know. The mirror was blank. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity, waiting for the familiar scrawl. Nothing. The silence was deafening. I went about my day, distracted and on edge, half expecting the world to implode. But everything was normal. By evening, I was exhausted from the constant vigilance. As I prepared for bed, the fog crept back onto the mirror. This time, the message was different. "You did well." I shuddered, not knowing whether to feel reassured or terrified. Had I passed some test? Was it over? The next few days were uneventful. No messages appeared, and life seemed to return to its mundane routine. I almost convinced myself it had been a prolonged hallucination, a figment of stress and overactive imagination. But deep down, I knew better. The messages were real, and their absence left a void I couldn't explain. A week later, I found a note slipped under my door. "We're watching." "Stay safe." Panic surged through me. Who were they? What did they want? The mirror, my only lifeline, had gone silent, leaving me to navigate the unknown alone. As I lay in bed that night, the pieces started to fit together. The messages, the warnings, the note, they were all part of a larger scheme, one I couldn't yet understand. But one thing was clear: I wasn't alone. Whether it was a benevolent force or something more sinister, someone or something was out there, guiding me, protecting me, and watching my every move. I fell asleep with a new resolve. Whatever lay ahead, I would face it head on. The fog may have cleared, but the message was clear: my life had changed forever, and I had to be ready for whatever came next. Story 36. Living in a small, close-knit neighborhood has its charms. Everyone knows everyone, and there's a comforting predictability to the rhythm of our daily lives. However, nestled within this familiarity is a secret I've carried for years, an eerie ability that I never wished for and could never explain. I smell fresh flowers whenever someone in the neighborhood is about to die. It started when I was a child. My grandmother had fallen ill, and the night before she passed, I was overwhelmed by the scent of lilies in her room. My parents brushed it off as part of her funeral preparations, but I knew better. The flowers weren't real, they were a harbinger of death. Since then, the scent has visited me many times, always preceding the loss of a neighbor or a loved one. Tonight, as I sit in my living room reading a book, the familiar scent of flowers suddenly envelops me. It's overwhelming, a bouquet of lilacs, roses, and lilies all at once. Panic rises in my chest as I realize this is the strongest it's ever been. The scent isn't coming from outside, it's inside my own house. I stand up, heart pounding, and start searching every room. The fragrance follows me, intense and all-consuming. My mind races through the possibilities: my husband, my children, myself. Who is it warning me about? I check on everyone in the house. My husband, Mark, is watching TV, oblivious to my distress. Our children, Emma and Jake, are sound asleep in their rooms. Unable to pinpoint the source, I return to the living room and try to calm myself. I call my best friend Lisa, who lives a few blocks away. She's the only person who knows about my strange ability. Her voice on the other end of the line is a lifeline. "Lisa, it's happening again," I whisper, trying to keep my voice steady. She pauses, understanding the gravity of my words. "Who do you think it is?" "I don't know. The scent is in my house this time. It's so strong, Lisa. I'm scared." "Stay calm, Jen. I'll come over right now. We'll figure this out together." While waiting for Lisa, I sit on the couch, wringing my hands. I think back to all the times the scent had appeared, and it never led me astray. Each time, a life had ended within hours of the floral warning. But this is different. This is my family. The doorbell rings, and I rush to open it. Lisa steps in, her expression a mix of concern and determination. She hugs me tightly, then pulls back to look me in the eyes. "We'll get to the bottom of this," she says firmly. Together we search the house again, looking for anything out of the ordinary. Lisa checks the basement while I comb through the attic. We meet back in the living room, both empty-handed. "Nothing," Lisa says, frustration creeping into her voice. "Are you sure it's not coming from outside?" I shake my head. "It's here. I can feel it." Just then, Mark walks in, looking puzzled. "What's going on?" "I heard you two talking." I explain the situation, trying to keep my voice calm. Mark listens, his brow furrowed in concern. "You think someone in the house is in danger?" I nod, and he looks around, the gravity of the situation sinking in. "Okay, let's all sit down and think this through. Maybe there's something we're missing." We gather in the living room, trying to make sense of the situation. Suddenly, Emma appears at the top of the stairs, rubbing her eyes sleepily. "Mom? Dad? What's going on?" I beckon her down gently. "Just a little trouble sleeping, sweetie. Come sit with us for a bit." As Emma settles on my lap, I catch a glimpse of a shadow moving outside the window. My heart skips a beat. "Did anyone else see that?" I whisper. Mark jumps up, peering through the curtains. "There's someone outside." Without thinking, Mark grabs a flashlight and heads for the door. Lisa and I exchange worried glances but follow him, Lisa grabbing a kitchen knife on the way. Outside, the air is crisp and cool, but the floral scent is still overwhelming. Mark shines the flashlight around the yard, illuminating bushes and trees, but finding no one. Story 37. When Sarah agreed to babysit for the Thompson family, she expected a typical night of storybooks, snacks, and bedtime routines. The Thompsons were a nice family. Their two children, Lily and Max, polite and well-behaved. The house was cozy and welcoming, filled with the warm, homey clutter of family life. The first few hours passed uneventfully. Sarah played games with Lily and Max, read them stories, and finally tucked them into bed. As she turned off the lights and headed downstairs, she remembered their odd request. "Don't listen to the man in the hall," Lily had whispered, as she hugged her teddy bear tightly. Sarah had chuckled softly, dismissing it as a figment of their imaginations. "Okay, I won't. Good night, Lily." She settled into the couch with a book, the house quiet and peaceful. The sound of the clock ticking and the occasional creak of the old house were the only noises. She had just started to relax when she heard a soft whisper, barely audible, coming from the hallway. Frowning, Sarah set her book aside and stood up, listening intently. The whispering continued, a low, almost rhythmic murmur that sent a chill down her spine. She walked towards the hall, her footsteps silent on the carpeted floor. "Hello," she called out softly, feeling a bit foolish. There was no response, only the persistent whispering. She peeked into the children's rooms, but both Lily and Max were sound asleep, their breathing deep and even. As she returned to the hallway, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. Sarah could almost make out the words, but they seemed to slip away as soon as she tried to focus on them. She shook her head, trying to dispel the sense of unease that had settled over her. It had to be her imagination, fueled by the children's eerie story. The whispers continued intermittently throughout the night, unsettling but not loud enough to wake the children. By the time Mr. and Mrs. Thompson returned, Sarah was eager to leave. She mentioned the whispers to them, expecting them to laugh it off, but instead they exchanged worried glances. "We've heard them too, Mrs. Thompson admitted, her voice low. "But we didn't want to scare you. The children talk about a man in the hall who tells them secrets. We thought it was just their imaginations." Sarah left that night with a sense of unease, the whispers echoing in her mind. Over the next few days, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. She decided to return, hoping to uncover the truth and ensure the children's safety. When she arrived the following weekend, the Thompsons welcomed her warmly. They seemed relieved that she had come back despite the unsettling whispers. As night fell and the children were tucked into bed, Sarah prepared herself for another strange evening. This time she brought a digital recorder, hoping to capture the whispers and prove to herself that they were real. She placed it on the hallway table and settled into her usual spot on the couch, the house quiet around her. As midnight approached, the whispers began again. Sarah listened, her heart pounding, as the recorder picked up the faint, rhythmic murmur. She replayed the recording several times, but the words were still indistinct, like a language just out of reach. Determined to find answers, Sarah began to research the house's history. She discovered that it had once belonged to a man named Harold Evans, who had lived there alone until his mysterious disappearance 20 years ago. Neighbors had reported hearing strange noises and seeing shadows in the windows, but no one had ever discovered what happened to him. Intrigued and a little scared, Sarah returned to the house with this new information. She told the Thompsons what she had found, and they agreed to let her investigate further. Together, they searched the house, looking for any clues that might explain the whispers. Story 38. Every night at precisely 3:33 a.m., a bus stops at the corner of my street. Its arrival is heralded by the low rumble of its engine and the soft hiss of air brakes. The bus is an anomaly. It isn't listed on any schedule, and no other residents of my small town seem to notice it. The only passenger is the driver, a tall, thin man with a pale complexion and an unsettlingly knowing smile. The first time I saw it, I was up late, unable to sleep. The glowing numbers on my alarm clock had just flipped to 3:33:3 when the headlights pierced through my curtains. Curiosity pulled me to the window, where I watched as the bus came to a stop. The driver looked up at my window and tipped his cap, as if he knew I was there, as if he had been waiting for me all along. For weeks, I did nothing but watch. The bus would arrive, the driver would look up at my window with that eerie smile, and after a few minutes the bus would disappear into the night. I felt drawn to it, a magnetic pull that grew stronger with each passing night. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was just a figment of my sleep-deprived imagination. But deep down I knew it was real. One night, unable to resist any longer, I decided to go to the corner and see the bus up close. I dressed quickly and slipped out of my house, the cool night air prickling my skin. As I approached the corner, the bus appeared as it always did, punctual to the second. The doors opened with a soft whoosh, and the driver, with his knowing smile, gestured for me to board. "Good evening," he said, his voice smooth and calm. "I've been expecting you." Hesitation gripped me, but curiosity won out. I stepped aboard, and the doors closed behind me with a finality that sent a shiver down my spine. The interior of the bus was dimly lit, and I noticed that despite the exterior's modern appearance, the inside felt old, almost antique. The seats were plush, upholstered in a faded velvet that spoke of a bygone era. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Wherever you need to be," the driver replied, his smile never wavering. "Take a seat and enjoy the ride." I sat down near the front, close enough to the driver to ask questions, but far enough back to feel some semblance of safety. The bus pulled away from the corner, and as we drove through the silent streets of my town, I realized that the scenery outside the windows was changing. The familiar landmarks vanished, replaced by unfamiliar landscapes. Twisting roads, dense forests, and mist-shrouded fields rolled past, places I had never seen before. "Is this real?" I asked, more to myself than to the driver. "As real as you want it to be," he answered cryptically. "The journey is yours to make." Hours seemed to pass, though the clock on the bus remained fixed at 3:33. My mind swirled with confusion and wonder. Where was I going? What did this all mean? The driver offered no explanations, only that unsettling smile. Eventually, the bus slowed to a stop in front of a small, dilapidated house at the edge of a dark forest. The driver turned to me, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that made me shiver. "This is your stop," he said. "Go on. You have something to discover." Trepidation filled me as I stepped off the bus. The house loomed before me, its windows dark and foreboding. As the bus pulled away, I felt a surge of panic, but the driver's words echoed in my mind, "You have something to discover." Taking a deep breath, I approached the house. The door creaked open, as if it had been waiting for me. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the scent of age. I wandered through the rooms, each one filled with remnants of lives once lived, old photographs, faded letters, forgotten toys. In the attic, I found a trunk covered in cobwebs. Inside, there were journals, photographs, and mementos that told the story of a family that had once lived there. As I sifted through the items, a realization dawned on me. The faces in the photographs, the names in the journals, they were my ancestors. This house had belonged to my family long ago, a piece of my heritage I had never known. The discovery filled me with a sense of connection and belonging I had never felt before. As dawn approached, I made my way back to the bus stop. The bus was there, waiting for me. The driver opened the door and gave me that knowing smile. "Did you find what you were looking for?" he asked. "I think I did," I replied, feeling a profound sense of gratitude and understanding. "Good," he said. "Then it's time to go home." The ride back was quiet, the scenery once again shifting until the familiar streets of my town appeared. The bus stopped at the corner, and I stepped off, feeling changed in ways I couldn't fully explain. As I walked back to my house, the bus disappeared into the night. The next morning, I woke up with a renewed sense of purpose. The nightly bus had given me more than just a ride, it had given me a piece of my past and a deeper understanding of myself. From that night on, I knew that at 3:33 a.m., the bus would be there, waiting for anyone who needed to discover something about themselves. And though I never boarded it again, I found comfort in knowing that it was out there, a silent guardian of the night, ready to guide lost souls on their journeys of self-discovery. Story 39. It started as an ordinary Tuesday morning at the office, the kind where everything blends into a monotonous blur of meetings, emails, and coffee breaks. Our building was a modern labyrinth of glass and steel, designed to be sleek and efficient. So, when I first noticed the corridor, it struck me as odd. It was tucked away near the back of the building, behind a door labeled maintenance, a place I had never had reason to visit before. I had been heading to the break room when I saw the door ajar. Curiosity piqued. I peeked inside. Instead of the expected clutter of cleaning supplies and tools, there was a long, dimly lit corridor stretching far into the distance. It was unlike any part of the building I knew. The walls were bare and painted a dull gray, the floor covered with worn industrial carpeting. I should have turned back, closed the door, and continued with my day, but something about the corridor drew me in. As I stepped inside, the sounds of the bustling office faded away, replaced by an eerie silence. The air was cool and still, and the only light came from sporadic, flickering fluorescent bulbs overhead. I started walking, each step echoing softly in the silence. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, with no doors or windows breaking the monotony of the gray walls. After what felt like an eternity, I glanced at my watch and was shocked to see that barely 5 minutes had passed. The end of the corridor was nowhere in sight, and the initial curiosity was giving way to a growing sense of unease. I decided it was time to turn back. As soon as I took a step back, I found myself standing at the entrance of the corridor, looking back into the bustling office. It was as if I had never left. Confused and disoriented, I shut the door and tried to shake off the strange experience. I returned to my desk, but I couldn't focus on my work. The endless corridor gnawed at my mind, a mystery demanding to be solved. Over the next few days, I asked my coworkers about the maintenance door, but no one seemed to know anything about it. Some shrugged it off, while others didn't even recall seeing it. The following week, my curiosity got the better of me again. This time I came prepared with a flashlight and a notepad. I opened the door and the corridor was there, just as before. I stepped inside, turned on the flashlight, and began walking. This time I took note of every detail, the texture of the carpet, the hum of the lights, and the feeling of the cool air on my skin. I walked for what felt like hours, but the corridor remained the same, unchanging and infinite. Occasionally I marked the walls with my pen, but the marks disappeared when I looked back. Despite the seeming futility, I pressed on, driven by the need to understand this bizarre anomaly. Eventually fatigue set in, and I decided to turn back. As before, a single step backward brought me instantly to the corridor's entrance. Frustration and fascination warred within me. What was this place? How could it exist in a building I thought I knew so well? One evening, after everyone else had left the office, I resolved to explore the corridor again. This time I brought a compass and a small bag of breadcrumbs to leave a trail. I stepped inside, dropping breadcrumbs every few feet and keeping an eye on the compass. Strangely, the compass needle spun erratically, unable to find true north. The breadcrumbs, too, seemed to vanish moments after hitting the floor. Determined not to be defeated, I continued walking. The air grew colder, and the silence deeper. I felt an oppressive weight bearing down on me, a sense of being watched by unseen eyes. After what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint light in the distance. My heart raced with anticipation as I quickened my pace. As I approached the light, I saw it was coming from a small room at the end of the corridor. The room was stark and bare, with a single chair in the center and a mirror on the far wall. I hesitated, then stepped inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, the door behind me slammed shut, and the light overhead flickered. I looked at the mirror and saw my reflection, but something was off. The reflection seemed to move independently, its eyes full of an eerie, knowing intelligence. I stepped closer and the reflection spoke. "Welcome," it said, its voice a distorted echo of my own. "You finally made it." "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling. "I am you," the reflection replied. "Or rather, I am what you could be. This place is a test, a challenge. Few find it, and fewer still understand it." "What do you want?" I asked, my mind reeling. "To show you the truth," the reflection answered. "This corridor, this room, they are manifestations of your subconscious, a place where your deepest fears and desires come to life. You have been chosen to confront them." I shook my head, trying to make sense of it all. "Why me?" "Because you seek answers," the reflection said. "Because you are willing to face the unknown. But beware, not all who entered this place leave unchanged." With that, the light flickered again, and the room plunged into darkness. I felt a rush of cold air, and when the light returned, the room was empty. The mirror was gone, replaced by a plain wall. The door behind me creaked open, revealing the corridor once more. Story 40. It was a rainy Sunday afternoon when Emily decided to finally tackle the clutter in her attic. The house had been in her family for generations, and the attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, old furniture, and dusty boxes. As she sifted through the relics of the past, she stumbled upon a small, unassuming box tucked away at a corner. Curiosity piqued, Emily opened the box to reveal a leather-bound book. The cover was worn but elegant. With her name etched in gold lettering Emily Rose, she felt a shiver run down her spine as she lifted the book, its weight comforting and mysterious in her hands. She sat down on an old trunk and carefully opened the book. The first page was blank, but as she turned it, she found herself staring at a detailed account of her birth. The handwriting was neat and precise, describing the exact time, date, and place of her arrival into the world. Emily's heart raced as she continued to read, the book detailing her childhood, her first day of school, her awkward teenage years, and every significant event in her life up to that very moment. How could this be possible? Who had written this book, and how did they know so much about her? She flipped through the pages, the ink still fresh on the most recent entries. The last entry described her decision to clean the attic and finding the book. Her hands trembled as she turned to the next page, but it was blank. The realization hit her like a tidal wave. The book was still being written. Emily spent the rest of the day engrossed in the book, reading and rereading the events of her life. She found details she had long forgotten, memories she thought were lost forever. The book seemed to know her better than she knew herself. As night fell, she closed the book reluctantly, her mind buzzing with questions. Over the next few days, Emily couldn't focus on anything else. The book consumed her thoughts, and she found herself constantly checking for new entries. She noticed that the book updated in real time, recording even the most mundane details of her day. It was as if the book was alive, watching her every move. Determined to uncover the truth, Emily began to investigate the origins of the book. She scoured her family's history, searching for any clue that might explain its existence. Her grandmother, who had lived in the house before her, had been an avid writer, but Emily found no evidence that she had created the book. One evening, Emily decided to visit her grandmother's old study, hoping to find some answers. The study was a cozy room filled with shelves of books and a large wooden desk. As she searched through the drawers, she found a stack of letters tied with a ribbon. The letters were addressed to her grandmother from a man named Charles Whitaker, a renowned author who had lived in the town many years ago. The letters revealed a deep friendship between her grandmother and Charles. In one of the letters, Charles mentioned a mysterious book he had been working on, a book that could capture the essence of a person's life. He described it as a living manuscript that wrote itself based on the subject's experiences. Emily's heart raced as she realized that Charles must have created the book of her life. But how did it end up in her attic? And why her? Emily continued to read the letters, piecing together the puzzle. It seemed that Charles had given the book to her grandmother as a gift, intending for it to be passed down through the generations. He believed that the book had a special connection to her family, though he never explained why. Emily's grandmother had kept the book hidden, perhaps fearing its power, but now it was in Emily's hands, and she had to decide what to do with it. The book was both a gift and a burden, a mirror reflecting her life in intimate detail. As the weeks passed, Emily found herself growing more attached to the book. She began to see it not just as a record of her life, but as a guide. The book seemed to offer insights into her decisions, helping her navigate the challenges she faced. It was as if the book knew her better than she knew herself, offering a perspective she had never considered. One day, as she was reading a new entry, she noticed a passage that spoke directly to her heart. It described a moment of clarity, a realization that she had the power to shape her own destiny. The book encouraged her to pursue her dreams, to take risks and embrace the unknown. Inspired by the book's words, Emily decided to make a bold change in her life. She quit her job, which had been unfulfilling for years, and pursued her passion for photography. With the book by her side, she felt a newfound sense of purpose and direction. Her photography business flourished, and she found joy in capturing the beauty of the world around her. Story 41. The old well in my yard had always been a curiosity, a relic from a time when the house was young and the land was wild. Overgrown with moss and vines, its stone walls were weathered by years of neglect. It stood as a silent sentinel in the far corner of my yard, a place where shadows linger even on the sunniest days. I moved into the house in late spring, eager to start anew. The previous owners had warned me about the well, though their warnings were vague and dismissive. "It's just old," they had said. "Best to leave it alone." Their words had piqued my curiosity, but life was busy, and the well slipped to the back of my mind. It wasn't until a particularly hot summer night that I first heard it. The windows were open to catch any stray breeze, and I was drifting to sleep when I heard my name. It was faint, a soft whisper carried on the wind. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. There it was again, unmistakable this time. Alex. I got out of bed and went to the window, scanning the yard for any sign of movement. The night was still. The only sound was the rustle of leaves. I dismissed it as a trick of the wind and went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. The whispers continued, growing more persistent with each passing night. Always my name, always that same soft, insistent tone. During the day, I would stand by the well, feeling a strange pull towards its dark depths. There was something there, something waiting for me. One evening, as twilight descended, I decided to investigate. Armed with a flashlight and a rope, I approached the well. The air seemed to thicken as I drew closer, and a chill ran down my spine. Ignoring my rising fear, I peered over the edge and shone the flashlight into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing but the damp, moss-covered walls descending into the blackness. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw them. Another set of eyes, reflecting the light, staring back at me from the depths. I gasped and stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. The eyes vanished, and the well returned to its silent, unassuming state. I couldn't shake the image from my mind. Who or what was down there? The rational part of me insisted it was just an animal, a raccoon or a stray cat perhaps. But the whispers, the way they called my name, they felt too deliberate, too purposeful. The next day I did some research on the history of the house and the well. I discovered that the well had been built over 100 years ago, a lifeline for the first settlers in the area. There were stories, of course, whispers of tragedies, of a child who had fallen in and drowned, of a young woman who had taken her own life there. Local legends spoke of the well being a gateway, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. Determined to find answers, I returned to the well that night. This time I was prepared. I had a harness, a stronger rope, and a burning need to uncover the truth. I secured the rope to a sturdy tree and slowly lowered myself into the well. The descent was slow and arduous. The walls were slick with moisture, and the air grew colder the deeper I went. The light from above grew dim, and the darkness seemed to press in on me. I kept my flashlight trained ahead, searching for any sign of those eyes. After what felt like an eternity, my feet touched the bottom. The ground was wet and uneven, littered with debris. I swung the flashlight around, and there, in a small alcove, I saw them again, those eyes watching me. I approached cautiously, the beam of the flashlight revealing more details. It was a face, pale and gaunt, with hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. The eyes were filled with a sorrow so profound it made my heart ache. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The figure stepped forward, and I saw it was a young woman, dressed in tattered clothes. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Instead, she raised a hand and pointed to a small, weathered locket lying in the mud at her feet. I picked it up and opened it, revealing a faded photograph of the woman and a young child. Suddenly, it all made sense, the whispers, the eyes. She was the woman from the stories, the one who had lost her child and her own life to the well. She was trapped here, a restless spirit bound by grief and longing. "I'll help you," I said, my voice stronger now. "I'll find a way to set you free." Her eyes filled with hope, and she nodded. I climbed back up the well, the locket clutched tightly in my hand. Over the next few days, I researched everything I could about spirits and how to help them move on. I consulted old books, spoke to local historians, and even reached out to a paranormal expert. Story 42. When I first laid eyes on the old Victorian house, I was enchanted by its stately presence and the promise of a fresh start. The previous owner, an elderly man named Mr. Thompson, seemed eager to sell. During the final walkthrough, he mentioned something peculiar that stuck with me. Pointing to a door at the end of the second-floor hallway, he said, "Whatever you do, never open that room." His eyes held a strange intensity, and despite my curiosity, I nodded in agreement. The first few weeks in my new home were a whirlwind of unpacking and settling in. The house was everything I had dreamed of: spacious, filled with character, and surrounded by lush gardens. But as the days turned into nights, I began to notice odd things about the house. It started with a faint sobbing sound, barely audible, that seemed to come from upstairs. At first, I dismissed it as the house settling, or perhaps the wind playing tricks. But as the sobbing grew louder and more persistent, it became impossible to ignore. One evening, after a particularly long day at work, I sat in the living room, the sobbing sound permeating the silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was in distress, trapped behind that forbidden door. The logical part of me knew it was impossible. No one had access to the house but me, but the emotional pull was strong. Driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, I decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way upstairs, each step echoing through the empty hallways. Standing in front of the locked door, I could hear the sobbing more clearly now, a heart-wrenching sound that sent chills down my spine. I tried the handle, but it was locked, just as Mr. Thompson had said. I shone the flashlight around the doorframe, looking for any clues, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Determined to find answers, I went back downstairs and searched for the key. After rummaging through drawers and boxes, I found an old key labeled attic storage. It was a long shot, but I decided to try it. Climbing the narrow staircase to the attic, I was greeted by dust and cobwebs, the air thick with the smell of old wood. In the corner, I found a small trunk covered in dust. Inside, amidst old photographs and letters, was a set of keys. Returning to the forbidden door, I tried each key until one finally fit. My heart raced as I turned the key in the lock, the sobbing growing louder with each second. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, musty room. The sobbing stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence. I stepped inside, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The room was small and sparsely furnished, with an old wooden bed and a dresser covered in dust. On the bed sat a doll, its porcelain face cracked and its eyes staring blankly ahead. The air was heavy with a sense of sorrow and neglect. As I explored the room, I noticed a journal on the nightstand. Opening it, I discovered it belonged to a girl named Lillian. Her entries were filled with despair, detailing a life of loneliness and isolation. She wrote about being locked in the room by her father, forbidden to leave, her only company the doll on the bed. The last entry was dated over a century ago and ended abruptly, with no explanation. The pieces began to fit together. Lillian had been the source of the sobbing, her spirit trapped in the room, reliving her pain night after night. My heart ached for her, and I knew I had to help her find peace. I decided to visit Mr. Thompson, hoping he could shed more light on the history of the house and Lillian's tragic story. Mr. Thompson welcomed me into his small apartment with a mix of surprise and resignation. When I mentioned Lillian, his expression softened and he nodded slowly. "I was afraid you'd find out eventually," he said. "Lillian was my great aunt. She died young, locked away by her father who thought she was cursed. Her spirit has haunted that room ever since." He explained that he had tried to help her move on, but nothing worked. The only thing that seemed to ease her pain was knowing someone was listening. When I moved out, I hoped the new owner would never hear her cries. Story 43. It started as a hobby, something to fill the quiet hours of Jessica's weekends. Photography had always fascinated her, the way a single image could capture a moment in time, tell a story, or evoke deep emotions. She invested in a good camera and began exploring her city, snapping pictures of anything that caught her eye: cityscapes, street performers, children playing in the park, the serene beauty of nature. Her collection of photographs grew, each image a testament to her growing skill and unique perspective. But it wasn't until she developed the film from her latest role that she noticed something strange. In every photograph, there was a man, standing or sitting in the background, his face always turned slightly away from the camera. At first, Jessica thought it was a coincidence. The man could be a fellow pedestrian who happened to be at the same location. But as she looked closer, she realized that it was the same man in every shot. He was tall and lean, with dark hair and a distinctive coat that set him apart from the crowd. She hadn't noticed him when taking the photos. He was always just there, lurking in the background. Disturbed, Jessica flipped through the photos again, looking for clues. The man appeared indifferent to her, never looking directly at the camera, always at a distance. She tried to dismiss it as paranoia, but a nagging fear crept into her mind. She decided to be more observant the next time she went out. The following weekend, Jessica returned to her usual haunts, her camera in hand. She wandered through the park, capturing the golden hues of autumn leaves, the laughter of children on the swings, the serene reflection of the lake. She made a conscious effort to look around her, to see if she could spot the man. But every time she glanced up from her camera, the scene was normal, devoid of anything unusual. It wasn't until she developed the new batch of photos that she saw him again. The man was there in every picture, standing by a tree, sitting on a bench, walking along a path. Her heart pounded as she flipped through the images. He was always there, just out of sight when she looked up. Jessica's fear turned to frustration. She decided to show the photos to her friend Mark, who worked as a private investigator. He was skeptical at first, but as he examined the photos, his expression grew serious. "This is strange," Mark admitted. "It's definitely the same guy in all these photos, but if he was following you, you'd think you'd notice him." "I never see him when I'm taking the pictures," Jessica said, her voice shaking. "It's like he only exists in the photos." Mark agreed to help her. They set up a plan to go out together, with Jessica taking photos as usual and Mark keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. They spent the day wandering the city, Jessica snapping pictures while Mark watched her back. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. When they developed the film, the man was there again, in every single shot. Mark was baffled. "I've been doing this job a long time, but I've never seen anything like this," he said. "It's like he's a ghost or something." Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, Mark dug into the background of the locations where the photos were taken. He discovered that many years ago, a man named David Gray had been accused of a series of crimes in the area. He had evaded capture for years before mysteriously disappearing. Rumor had it he had a fascination with photography, often appearing in the background of people's pictures without their knowledge. Jessica and Mark decided to visit the places where the photos had been taken, hoping to find more clues. They spoke to locals, delved into old records, and even visited David Gray's last known address, now an abandoned apartment building on the edge of town. Inside the dusty, forgotten apartment, they found old photographs scattered around, all featuring David Gray himself. In the pictures, he stood in the background, blending in with the crowd, unnoticed by everyone except the camera. It was as if he had found a way to imprint himself on the film, a ghost haunting every photograph taken in the city. Feeling a chill, Jessica realized that David Gray had somehow attached himself to her through her camera. His presence in her photos was his way of reaching out, of reminding the world of his existence. But why her? Why now? Determined to rid herself of the stalker, Jessica decided to destroy her camera. She and Mark gathered all the photographs in the camera and made their way to a remote clearing in the woods. There they built a fire and threw everything into the flames, watching as the photos curled and blackened, the camera melting into a formless mass. As the fire died down, Jessica felt a sense of relief. She hoped that by destroying the camera and the photos, she had severed the connection to David Gray. The next day, she bought a new camera, a different model, and started fresh. Story 44. The old bridge had always been a fixture in my life, a sturdy span of weathered wood and iron that connected my small town to the forest beyond. It was a simple, unassuming structure, with no remarkable features save for its age and the stories whispered about it by the townsfolk. But for me, the bridge held a peculiar enchantment. Every time I crossed it, I saw a different reflection of myself in the water below, older, sadder, wiser. I first noticed it when I was a child. My friends and I would run across the bridge, our laughter echoing in the stillness of the forest. One day, as we paused to catch our breath, I looked down into the water and saw myself, not as the carefree boy I was, but as a solemn, contemplative figure. The reflection was fleeting, gone as quickly as it had appeared, but it left an indelible mark on my young mind. As I grew older, the bridge became a place of quiet reflection for me. Whenever life felt overwhelming, I would find myself drawn to its time-worn planks, seeking solace in the gentle murmur of the river below. Each visit revealed a new version of myself. During my teenage years, when I felt invincible and full of dreams, I saw a reflection that seemed burdened by responsibility, with eyes that spoke of unseen trials. In my 20s, when I was grappling with the uncertainties of adulthood, my reflection showed a man who had found a measure of peace, but whose gaze held a hint of sorrow. The bridge was a constant in my ever-changing world, a place where I could confront the different facets of my soul. It was there that I made some of my most important decisions, guided by the silent wisdom of my reflected selves. When I was offered a job far from home, it was on the bridge that I saw my future self content and fulfilled, and I knew I had to take the leap. Years later, when I faced a difficult breakup, my reflection showed a man who had weathered the storm and emerged stronger, reminding me that I too would heal. One particularly poignant memory stands out. I was in my early 30s, struggling with the loss of my father. He had been my rock, and his absence left a void that nothing seemed to fill. I found myself at the bridge one evening, the weight of grief heavy on my shoulders. As I gazed into the water, I saw an older version of myself, perhaps in his 50s. His face was lined with the passage of time, but there was a softness in his eyes, a gentle acceptance that I desperately needed. "You'll be okay," the reflection seemed to say, though no words were spoken. "You'll carry on, and you'll find joy again." That vision gave me the strength to move forward, to embrace life despite the pain. It was as if the bridge was a portal, offering glimpses of the future to guide me through the present. And in those glimpses I found hope and clarity. As the years passed, I came to rely on the bridge less frequently. My life settled into a comfortable rhythm, and the reflections I saw became less distinct, as if the bridge's magic was fading. But I never forgot the lessons it had taught me, the way it had helped me navigate the tumultuous waters of my existence. Then, one autumn evening, as the leaves were turning gold and crimson, I felt an inexplicable urge to visit the bridge. It had been years since I had last stood on its planks, and I wondered what I might see this time. With a sense of anticipation, I walked the familiar path and stepped onto the bridge. The river below was calm, its surface a mirror of the twilight sky. I leaned over the railing and looked down, half expecting to see nothing more than my current reflection. But as the ripples settled, a figure emerged, more vivid than ever before. It was me, unmistakably, but older, perhaps in my 70s. His hair was silver, his face deeply lined, yet his eyes sparkled with a quiet joy, a contentment that radiated from within. This reflection held my gaze, and I felt a profound connection to this future self. He seemed to embody a lifetime of wisdom and experience, a man who had lived fully and loved deeply. There was no trace of sadness or regret, only a serene acceptance of life's journey. As I stood there lost in the vision, I realized that the bridge had been a gift, a window into the depths of my soul. It had shown me the possibilities that lay ahead, the person I could become if I embraced each moment with courage and grace. With a final, knowing glance, the reflection faded, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I felt a sense of peace, a reassurance that no matter what challenges lay ahead, I would face them with the strength and wisdom I had gained. The old bridge had been my silent guide, a companion through the trials and triumphs of life. As I walked away, I knew I would return someday to see what new reflections awaited me. But for now, I carried its lessons in my heart, a beacon of hope and a reminder that our journey is ever unfolding, shaped by the choices we make and the dreams we dare to follow. And so, I continued my path, grateful for the bridge and its reflections, knowing that I was never truly alone. Story 45. In our family, the kitchen has always been the heart of the home. For generations, it was a place where secrets were shared, bonds were strengthened, and the aroma of home-cooked meals filled the air. Central to this legacy was an old, leather-bound recipe book passed down from mother to daughter. It was filled with recipes that had nourished our family for centuries: soups to cure colds, cakes for celebrations, and potions for ailments. But nestled among the familiar recipes was one that stood out: eternal rest. The recipe's title intrigued me. It was written in elegant, looping script, the ink faded but still legible. The ingredients, however, were unlike anything I'd ever seen: moonlight distilled at midnight, the last breath of a dying star, a tear from the first snowfall, and whispers from the shadows. The instructions were equally cryptic, describing rituals and chants that seemed more fitting for a spell book than a recipe collection. I was initially tempted to dismiss it as a whimsical inclusion, perhaps a relic of our ancestors' more superstitious times. But something about the careful script and the reverent way it was included among our family's most cherished recipes made me pause. My grandmother, who had been the keeper of the book before me, had always hinted at the hidden power within its pages, though she never elaborated. One cold, stormy night, while the wind howled outside and the fire crackled in the hearth, I decided to delve deeper into the mystery of the eternal rest recipe. I began by researching each ingredient, hoping to find some historical or mythological context. Unsurprisingly, there was no clear path to follow. Distilling moonlight, capturing a star's breath, and collecting a tear from the first snowfall were impossible feats. My curiosity soon became an obsession. I pored over old family letters and journals, searching for any reference to the recipe. Buried in a dusty trunk in the attic, I found a journal belonging to my great-great-great-grandmother Eliza. Her entries spoke of the recipe in hushed, reverent tones. She wrote about its use during times of great need, when a family member was suffering and beyond the help of conventional medicine. Eliza's journal described how the recipe had been used to ease the passing of a loved one, to grant them peace and freedom from pain. It wasn't a recipe for eternal life, but rather a compassionate end to suffering, a final gift for those who could not be saved. Eliza's words resonated with me, and I began to see the recipe not as a curiosity, but as a part of our family's legacy of care and compassion. One winter evening, as I sat by the window watching the snow fall gently to the ground, my grandmother's words echoed in my mind. Our family has always had a special bond with the natural world, she had said. There are things in this world that we can't explain, but they exist nonetheless. With renewed determination, I decided to attempt the recipe, if only to understand it better. I began with the simplest sounding ingredient: a tear from the first snowfall. As the snowflakes fell, I ventured outside, feeling their delicate touch on my skin. I closed my eyes and allowed the moment to envelop me, feeling a single tear slip down my cheek. I captured it in a small vial, feeling a strange sense of accomplishment. Next, I focused on the moonlight. Distilling it at midnight seemed impossible, but I remembered my grandmother's stories of moonlit nights and the power of intention. At the stroke of midnight, I placed a crystal bowl outside, letting the moonlight fill it. The water in the bowl shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if the moon had lent its light to the liquid. The last breath of a dying star was even more challenging. I researched ancient myths and celestial phenomena, eventually finding a method in Eliza's journal. She described a ritual performed under a meteor shower, where one could catch the essence of a falling star. On the night of a predicted meteor shower, I stood under the open sky, a silver flask in hand. As the meteor streaked across the sky, I held my breath, hoping to capture the elusive ingredient. Finally, the whispers from the shadows. This part frightened me the most, as it involved venturing into the darkest corners of the house at the witching hour. I followed Eliza's instructions, lighting a single candle and walking through the house, listening to the whispers of the night. It was unnerving, but I felt a presence guiding me, and eventually I captured the whispers in a small black jar. With all the ingredients gathered, I followed the instructions meticulously, combining them in a silver cauldron that had been in the family for generations. The mixture simmered and swirled, emitting a soft, otherworldly glow. I chanted the words Eliza had written, feeling a connection to the women in my family who had come before me. Story 46. In a small, sleepy town that seemed untouched by time, the last drive-in theater stood as a nostalgic relic of a bygone era. Moonlight Drive-In was its name, and it had a reputation for showing films that were anything but ordinary. Locals whispered that the movies it played could predict the future, though most dismissed it as an urban legend. Nevertheless, the theater maintained a steady stream of curious patrons, all eager to catch a glimpse of what might be. One Friday evening, Ethan decided to see for himself if there was any truth to the rumors. He'd heard countless tales of people seeing glimpses of their future on the big screen, but he was skeptical. As an aspiring filmmaker himself, he was more interested in the technical aspects of the films rather than the mystical ones. He arrived just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the rows of vintage cars already parked in front of the massive screen. The air was thick with the scent of popcorn and the hum of engines. Ethan found a spot near the back and settled in, his camera at the ready to document any peculiarities. He paid the attendant, who gave him a knowing smile and a nod. "Enjoy the show," the attendant said, his tone laced with an odd mix of amusement and forewarning. As the night grew darker, the projector flickered to life, casting a warm glow across the screen. The opening credits rolled and Ethan's heart skipped a beat when he saw his own name appear starring Ethan Parker. He sat up straighter, his skepticism giving way to a wave of disbelief. The film's title was simply The Last Drive-In. The movie began with a scene that was startlingly familiar: a young man, looking remarkably like Ethan, driving into the Moonlight Drive-In. The character parked his car in the same spot Ethan had chosen, the camera capturing every detail with eerie precision. Ethan's grip tightened on his camera as he watched, a sense of unease settling over him. The on-screen Ethan exited his car, bought popcorn, and chatted briefly with the same attendant who had greeted the real Ethan. The dialogue was identical to what had transpired earlier, down to the attendant's enigmatic smile. The film continued, each scene mirroring Ethan's actions from the moment he arrived. It was as if the film was being shot in real time, documenting his every move. Ethan's pulse quickened as the movie progressed beyond the present moment, showing events that hadn't yet happened. The on-screen Ethan walked towards the concession stand, drawn by a sense of curiosity. Reluctantly, the real Ethan decided to follow suit. He left his car and made his way through the rows of vehicles, the distant murmur of the film guiding him. At the concession stand, he saw a woman he didn't recognize, her features illuminated by the flickering light of the projector. She seemed to be waiting for someone, glancing around nervously. Ethan's eyes darted to the screen, where the on-screen Ethan approached the woman. The real Ethan felt a strange compulsion to do the same. "Excuse me," he said, his voice shaky. "Do I know you?" The woman turned, her eyes wide with surprise and relief. "Ethan, thank God you're here. I didn't know if you would come." Ethan's confusion deepened. "How do you know my name?" The woman hesitated before answering. "My name is Claire. I've been trying to find you for weeks. I saw you in a dream, and I knew I had to come here tonight. It's hard to explain, but I think we're connected somehow." The words hung in the air, and Ethan's mind raced. He looked back at the screen, where the on-screen Ethan and Claire were engaged in the same conversation. The movie was predicting every word, every gesture. He felt a chill run down his spine. Connected how Ethan asked, both in the movie and in real life. Claire took a deep breath. There's something happening at this drive-in. Something supernatural. People see their futures here and sometimes their pasts. I think the drive-in is trying to tell us something, to warn us. Story 47. It all started innocuously enough, a single odd sock found in my laundry basket. I assumed it was just one of those mysterious occurrences that seem to plague everyone at some point. Missing socks are a common household mystery, but finding one that didn't belong to me was peculiar. The sock was bright red with a green stripe, and inside, to my surprise, was a small, folded piece of paper. The note was handwritten, the ink slightly smudged. Find what's lost, and you'll find yourself. I stared at the note, puzzled. Was this a prank? Some elaborate joke played by a friend? I dismissed it and tossed the sock into a drawer. Over the next few days, I forgot about it, too caught up in the demands of work and life. A week later, I found another sock, this one blue with polka dots. It was tucked behind the couch cushion, and like the first, it contained a note, "Look where the heart resides." Curiosity gnawed at me. I lived alone, and no one had access to my house. How were these socks appearing? And who was writing these notes? I decided to keep a closer eye on my surroundings. The third sock appeared in the kitchen cupboard, a yellow one with tiny daisies. The note inside read, "In the place of dreams, you will see the truth by now." The mystery had taken a firm hold on me. I began searching the house more thoroughly, checking every nook and cranny. Days turned into weeks, and the socks kept coming, each with a new cryptic message. They appeared in the most unlikely places: under my bed, in my coat pocket, even inside the refrigerator. Some were plain, others adorned with whimsical patterns, but all were accompanied by those enigmatic notes. Trust the path unseen. Look within to find the answers. Your journey begins where the old meets the new. As the pile of socks grew, so did my obsession. I spent hours deciphering the notes, trying to find a connection, a clue that would unravel the mystery. I even set up a camera in my living room, hoping to catch the intruder, but the footage revealed nothing unusual. One night, I found a particularly striking sock, black with silver stars, on my pillow. The note inside was different. It was longer, the handwriting more deliberate. "In the attic lies the key. There you'll find the beginning of the end." The attic. It was a place I rarely visited, filled with old furniture and forgotten relics of the past. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, I climbed the creaky stairs and pushed open the attic door. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight as I navigated the cluttered space. I searched for hours, growing frustrated as I moved boxes and sifted through old belongings. Then, in a corner, hidden behind an old trunk, I found a small wooden chest. It was locked, but the key was taped to the bottom, as if someone wanted me to find it. Inside the chest was a collection of photographs, letters, and a journal. The photos were of a young couple and their child, taken in various stages of life. The letters, yellowed with age, were love notes between the couple, filled with promises and dreams. The journal, however, was what captivated me most. It belonged to a woman named Eleanor, who had lived in the house over 50 years ago. As I read her entries, a story unfolded, a story of love, loss, and a secret she had kept hidden. Eleanor's husband had disappeared mysteriously, leaving her and their child behind. She wrote of her heartache, her search for answers, and her belief that he was trying to communicate with her from beyond. Her final entry spoke of a series of strange occurrences: objects moving, whispers in the night, and yes, even missing socks. She believed her husband was leaving clues, guiding her to something important. but the entries abruptly stopped, leaving her story unfinished. Story 48. It started as an ordinary Monday morning, the kind where everything blurs together in a sleepy haze. I shuffled into the bathroom, still groggy from a restless night. As I splashed cold water on my face, I glanced at the mirror. That's when I saw him. A man, standing in the reflection, staring back at me with an unnerving intensity. "How did you sleep?" he asked, his voice calm but authoritative. I blinked, convinced I was still dreaming. Rubbing my eyes, I looked again, but he was still there, his expression expectant. Not very well," I stammered, half expecting him to vanish. Instead, he nodded and disappeared, leaving me staring at my own bewildered reflection. The encounter left me shaken, but I convinced myself it was just my imagination, a figment of my tired mind playing tricks on me. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but the next morning he was there again. "How did you sleep?" he repeated, his tone slightly more insistent. "Better," I replied, hoping that would satisfy him. Again he nodded and vanished. This became a routine. Every morning the man in the mirror would ask about my sleep, and I would answer, his presence both unsettling and strangely familiar. As the days turned into weeks, his questions became a part of my morning ritual. I began to notice subtle changes in his demeanor. If my answer was brief or nonchalant, his eyes would narrow and his expression would harden. One morning, exhausted from a late night at work, I ignored him and went about brushing my teeth. "How did you sleep?" he asked again, his voice echoing in the small bathroom. I ignored him, focusing on the task at hand. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my head, and I dropped my toothbrush, clutching my temples. "Answer me," he demanded, his voice now filled with anger. "Not well," I blurted out, the pain subsiding immediately. He nodded and disappeared, leaving me trembling and gasping for breath. Fear began to gnaw at me, turning my once comfortable morning routine into a dreaded encounter. I couldn't understand who this man was or why he was in my mirror. I tried different things covering the mirror, avoiding the bathroom until later in the day, but nothing worked. He always appeared, always asked the same question, and always demanded an answer. One evening, desperate for answers, I confided in my friend Lisa. She was skeptical at first, but saw the genuine fear in my eyes. "Maybe it's some sort of spirit or ghost," she suggested. "Or maybe it's a manifestation of your stress." Her words offered little comfort, but she agreed to help me investigate. We researched hauntings and spirits, trying to find anything that matched my experience. Our search led us to an old book about haunted objects, where we found a passage about mirrors being gateways to other realms. Intrigued, we delved deeper into the lore. According to the book, some mirrors were believed to trap spirits or act as portals to parallel dimensions. The spirits trapped within could interact with the living, often reflecting their own unresolved issues or emotions. Determined to rid myself of this morning torment, Lisa and I performed a cleansing ritual described in the book. We lit candles, burned sage, and recited incantations to banish the spirit from the mirror. The air grew heavy with the scent of sage, and the flames flickered as we chanted, our voices steady and resolute. The next morning, I approached the mirror with a mixture of hope and dread. The man was there, as usual, but something was different. His expression was softer, almost pleading. "How did you sleep?" he asked, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Not well," I answered truthfully, my fear giving way to empathy. "Why are you here?" For the first time, he responded with more than a nod. "I was trapped here long ago," he said, "by my own anger and regret. I need someone to acknowledge my presence, to understand my pain." His words resonated with me. This spirit, or whatever he was, had been seeking validation, a connection to the living world to ease his torment. I felt a pang of sadness for him, realizing he was as much a prisoner as I was. "How can I help you move on?" I asked, my voice gentle. "Forgive me," he whispered. "Release me from this cycle." Taking a deep breath, I looked him in the eyes. "I forgive you. Be at peace." A tear rolled down his cheek, and he gave a small, grateful smile before fading away, the mirror returning to its normal state. The room felt lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. Story 49. On the morning of her 30th birthday, Sarah awoke to find a small, neatly wrapped package on her doorstep. The brown paper and twine had a nostalgic feel, reminiscent of a time when simplicity was valued over extravagance. She picked it up, curious about who might have left it. There was no note, no indication of who had sent it, only her name written in a familiar handwriting that sent a shiver down her spine. She recognized it as her own. This was not the first time Sarah had received such a mysterious gift. Every year on her birthday for the past decade, she had found a similar package waiting for her. Each one contained an item she hadn't realized she needed until the moment she unwrapped it. The first had been a journal during a time when she had felt lost, and directionless writing had helped her find clarity and purpose. Another year, it was a pair of gloves, just before an unexpectedly harsh winter. The gifts were always perfect, always timely, and each came with a sense of comfort that someone, somewhere, knew exactly what she needed. She took the package inside and placed it on the kitchen table, eyeing it with a mix of anticipation and wariness. This year had been particularly challenging. She had recently lost her job and was grappling with the uncertainty of her future. As she untied the twine and carefully unwrapped the paper, she found a sleek black box inside. She opened it to reveal a small silver key and a note. The note, written in her own handwriting, read, "Happy birthday, Sarah. Trust yourself. You know the way." Puzzled, Sarah picked up the key, turning it over in her hands. It didn't look like any key she recognized. What could it possibly unlock? She set it down and pondered its significance, feeling a mix of frustration and intrigue. Her phone buzzed, interrupting her thoughts. It was a message from her best friend, Megan. "Happy birthday, Sarah. Let's celebrate tonight. Drinks at 8. Sarah replied with a quick yes, grateful for the distraction. She spent the day trying to push the mystery of the key to the back of her mind, but it lingered, a constant whisper of curiosity. That evening, Sarah met Megan at their favorite bar. The place was lively, filled with the hum of conversations and laughter. Megan greeted her with a tight hug and a warm smile. "Happy birthday. How's it feel to be 30, Megan asked, handing her a drink. Sarah laughed, trying to shake off her earlier unease. Not much different than 29, honestly. But guess what? I got another one of those weird gifts. Megan's eyes widened. Really? What was it this time? The key. And a note telling me to trust myself. Megan raised an eyebrow. That's cryptic. Do you have any idea what it might unlock? No clue. I've been thinking about it all day. They spent the next few hours celebrating, the mystery of the key momentarily forgotten amid the laughter and stories. It wasn't until Sarah returned home, slightly tipsy and exhausted, that she remembered the key again. She picked it up from the table, feeling its weight in her hand. Determined to solve the mystery, she decided to search her house for any lock that might fit. She tried the key on every lock she could think of, drawers, cabinets, even her old jewelry box, but nothing worked. Frustrated and on the verge of giving up, she sat down on the floor of her bedroom, staring at the key. Then, A thought struck her. There was an old chest in the attic, a family heirloom she had never managed to open. Could it be the one? Heart pounding with renewed hope, Sarah climbed up to the attic, the dim light from her phone casting eerie shadows on the walls. She found the chest tucked away in a corner, covered in dust and cobwebs. Kneeling before it, she inserted the key into the rusty lock and turned it. With a click, the lock opened. Inside the chest, she found a collection of old photographs, letters, and mementos from her family's past. Among them was a leather-bound book. She picked it up and flipped through the pages, discovering it was a journal written by her grandmother. As she read, Sarah felt a connection to her grandmother she had never known before. The journal was filled with stories, wisdom, and advice that resonated deeply with her current struggles. One entry caught her eye. Her grandmother had written about a difficult time in her life when she felt lost and unsure of her future. She described how she had found strength in trusting herself and the support of her loved ones. The words seemed to speak directly to Sarah's heart. Tears welled up in her eyes as she realized the significance of the key in the note. Her future self had known exactly what she needed: a connection to her past and the reassurance that she was not alone. The gifts were not just physical objects, but symbols of guidance and support, bridging the gap between her past, present, and future. Sarah spent the next few hours reading her grandmother's journal, finding comfort and inspiration in her words. By the time she finished, she felt a renewed sense of purpose and direction. She knew she would face challenges ahead, but she also knew she had the strength and resilience to overcome them. Story 50. Once a year, on a moonless night, a market appears at the end of my street. It arrives without warning, setting up in the twilight hours and vanishing by dawn. The night market is unlike any other. Its vendors sell items that grant wishes, but each comes with a price, one that is never clearly defined until it's too late. The first time I encountered the market, I was 12 years old. My parents had gone to bed early, and I was drawn outside by a strange, irresistible compulsion. The air was thick with the scent of exotic spices and the soft murmur of voices speaking in languages I didn't understand. Colorful tents lined the street, each one glowing with an otherworldly light. I wandered through the stalls, wide-eyed with wonder. There were trinkets and baubles, strange artifacts and shimmering fabrics. One vendor caught my eye, a tall man with piercing green eyes and a smile that seemed to hold secrets. His stall was filled with jars of swirling mists and bottles of glowing liquid. "Come closer, child," he beckoned, his voice smooth and inviting. "I have something just for you." I approached cautiously, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. He held out a small vial containing a deep purple liquid that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. "This is a wish elixir," he explained. "Drink it, and your deepest desire will come true. But remember, every wish has its price." "What's the price?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "That, my dear, is for you to discover," he smiled, his eyes glinting with mischief. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. I took the vial and drank the liquid. It was sweet and warm, spreading through my body like liquid fire. I closed my eyes and wished fervently for the one thing my young heart desired: a new bike. The next morning, I awoke to find a shiny new bicycle in the front yard. I was ecstatic, riding it all day with an unbridled joy. But that night, I learned the price of my wish. My beloved dog, Max, went missing. We searched everywhere, but he was never found. The guilt and sorrow weighed heavily on me, and I vowed never to return to the night market. Years passed, and I kept my promise, though the market continued to appear each year, just as mysteriously as before. I grew up, went to college, and eventually moved back to my childhood home. Life had a way of dulling the sharp edges of memory, and the allure of the market began to beckon once more. One moonless night, I found myself drawn to the end of the street, where the familiar glow of the market awaited. The stalls were just as vibrant and enigmatic as I remembered. This time I was more cautious, my childhood experience a constant reminder of the potential consequences. I wandered through the market, observing the eclectic array of items on display. A silver-haired woman sold mirrors that showed glimpses of the future. A bearded man offered enchanted music boxes that played the songs of lost loved ones. Each vendor had a unique charm, and each promise held an unspoken cost. At the far end of the market, I found a small tent draped in deep blue fabric. Inside was a table covered with an assortment of gemstones and crystals. Behind the table sat an old woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. "Welcome," she said softly. "Are you seeking something in particular?" "I'm just looking," I replied, though I felt an inexplicable pull toward her. She nodded and gestured to a large crystal, its surface shimmering with an inner light. "This is a wish stone. Hold it, and it will reveal your heart's desire. But be warned, the price may be more than you are willing to pay." I reached out and touched the crystal. Instantly, a vision filled my mind, a life of happiness and success, surrounded by loved ones. It was everything I had ever wanted. But then, the vision darkened, and I saw the cost: loneliness, sacrifice, and loss. Story 51. It began innocently enough, a small note tucked inside my mailbox. It was a simple piece of stationery, adorned with delicate flowers and written in elegant, looping script. "I've admired you for a long time," it read. "You are more wonderful than you know." I smiled at the sentiment, assuming it was a harmless gesture from a shy neighbor or an anonymous coworker. But the next letter arrived the following day, and then the day after that. Each one was more detailed, more intimate. The notes quickly escalated from general compliments to specifics about my daily routine. "I love the way you smile when you drink your morning coffee, and you look beautiful in your blue dress." I found it both flattering and unsettling. How did this person know so much about me? I shared the letters with my best friend, Lisa, over dinner one night. She was concerned. "You need to find out who this is," she insisted. "It sounds like they're watching you." I nodded, but the truth was, I was scared. I began to feel paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder and double-checking the locks on my doors and windows. The next letter was more disturbing. "I love watching you sleep." My blood ran cold. How could this person see me in such private moments? Determined to uncover the identity of my secret admirer, I installed a security camera in my living room, facing the front door. The following morning, I found another letter placed on the kitchen counter. My heart pounded as I reviewed the footage. There was nothing. The camera had recorded all night, but no one had entered the house. Fear began to grip me. It was one thing for someone to watch me from afar, but this was different. This person was inside my house. I called the police, but without any clear evidence of a break-in, there was little they could do. They suggested I change the locks and install more security measures, which I did immediately. Despite the precautions, the letters continued to appear, always in places that suggested the writer had access to my home. "I love the way you hum to yourself when you're cooking, and your new hairstyle suits you perfectly." Each note was a reminder that someone was watching me, invading my personal space. Lisa stayed with me for a few nights, but even her presence couldn't ease my anxiety. One evening, as we sat in the living room discussing the situation, we heard a faint rustling sound coming from the attic. My heart leaped into my throat. I had never considered the attic. "Do you think someone could be up there?" Lisa whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know," I replied, my voice trembling. "But we need to find out." Armed with a flashlight and a kitchen knife, we cautiously climbed the narrow staircase to the attic. The air grew colder as we ascended, the dim light casting eerie shadows on the walls. When we reached the top, I pushed open the creaky door, and we stepped inside. The attic was filled with old furniture and boxes, relics of the house's previous owners. We searched through the clutter, our nerves on edge, but found nothing unusual. Just as we were about to leave, Lisa pointed to a small, dusty box tucked away in a corner. "What's that?" I approached the box, my hands shaking. Inside, I found a collection of letters, all written in the same elegant script. They were addressed to the previous owner of the house, a woman named Margaret. The letters were filled with the same kind of admiration and unsettling details about her life. "It's the same person," Lisa said, her voice barely a whisper. "But how? Margaret moved away years ago." We continued searching the attic, and behind an old wardrobe, we discovered a small hidden door. It was locked, but the key was taped to the back of the wardrobe. I unlocked the door with trembling hands and pushed it open, revealing a narrow passageway leading down to a hidden room. The room was dark and cramped, filled with more letters, photographs, and a small bed. It was clear someone had been living here, watching me through tiny peepholes drilled into the walls. My stomach turned as I realized the extent of the intrusion. "We need to get out of here," Lisa said urgently, pulling me back towards the attic entrance. We hurried downstairs and called the police, who arrived quickly and searched the hidden room. They found evidence that the stalker had been living there for years, even before I moved in. The letters to Margaret had never stopped. They had simply shifted focus to me when I became the new occupant. The police finally caught the intruder, a former handyman who had worked for Margaret and had become obsessed with her. When she moved away, he stayed, continuing his twisted fixation on the house's new residents. His hidden room had allowed him to watch every move of the inhabitants, feeding his delusions and fantasies. Story 52. It started as a minor annoyance. The phone would ring, and when Alice answered, there was nothing but silence on the other end. At first, she assumed it was a technical glitch or a prank caller. But the calls continued, occurring at odd hours of the day and night, each one leaving her with an uneasy feeling that she couldn't shake. The calls began a few months after Alice had moved into her grandmother's old house. The quaint, two-story Victorian had been left to her in the will, and despite its age and the layers of dust that covered everything, it felt like a fresh start. She had always been close to her grandmother, and living in the house brought back many fond memories. But the silent calls cast a shadow over her newfound happiness. After the first few calls, Alice tried blocking the number, but the calls kept coming from different numbers. She considered changing her phone number, but hesitated, hoping the nuisance would resolve itself. However, the frequency of the calls increased, each one lasting just long enough for her to hear the ambient silence before the line went dead. One particularly sleepless night, after receiving yet another silent call, Alice decided to record the next one. She hoped that by playing it back, she might catch some detail she'd missed, something that would give her a clue as to who was behind these unnerving interruptions. She downloaded a recording app on her phone and set it up, ready to capture the next call. The following evening, as she was preparing dinner, her phone rang. She answered it, letting the recording app run. As expected, there was no response, just the unsettling quiet. She ended the call and immediately played back the recording. At first, all she heard was the same silence that greeted her every time she answered. But as she listened more closely, she detected a faint sound in the background, something she hadn't noticed before. She turned up the volume and held her breath. There, almost imperceptible, was a soft, rhythmic beating, a heartbeat. And then, just before the call ended, she heard it, a whisper, faint and breathy, calling her name. Alice. A chill ran down her spine. She replayed the recording several times, confirming what she had heard. The heartbeat and the whisper were real. Someone or something was trying to communicate with her. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, Alice began to investigate the history of the house in her grandmother's life. She sifted through old photo albums, letters, and journals, looking for any connection to the strange calls. She discovered that her grandmother had lived a full and happy life, but there were hints of sadness and loss, secrets that had been carefully tucked away. One evening, while rummaging through the attic, Alice found a box of old cassette tapes. They were labeled with dates spanning several decades. Curiosity piqued. She found an old tape player and began listening to them. The tapes were recordings of her grandmother's conversations with someone named Henry. The tone of the conversation suggested a deep and affectionate relationship, but there was a melancholy that pervaded the tapes, as if their love had been marked by hardship and separation. One tape, dated shortly before her grandmother's death, stood out. In it, her grandmother spoke in a trembling voice. "Henry, if you can hear me, I miss you. I hope you find peace. I'll see you soon, my love." The tape ended with a soft sob, and Alice felt a pang of sorrow for the woman she had loved so dearly. Could Henry be the one trying to reach out to her through the silent calls? Alice wasn't sure, but it seemed plausible. She decided to consult a medium, hoping to make contact with the spirit she believed was behind the calls. She needed to know what he wanted and why he had chosen to reach out to her. The medium, a kind woman named Evelyn, arrived a few days later. She set up her tools in the living room and asked Alice to describe the experiences in detail. Evelyn listened intently, then nodded, her expression serious.